What's going on, everybody? Good morning and happy Bracket Thursday. DK Show up on the air on your radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online, sportstalk1051.com. Stream it up over there. You got your app. Take it on the go. And, well, your smart devices, smart speakers, and the video stream also up and rolling on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Appreciate you making us part of your start on this Thursday morning of March 21st. What do we got on the good old game plan for us this morning? Well, it is Bracket Thursday. Can we call it like Bracket Thursday? I know we had the playing games and such. You had a couple more last night, but this is when things really start to get going here, huh? Men's basketball, college basketball tournaments really kicks off this afternoon, later on this morning. Michigan State, Mississippi State going to be the first one up at 11:15. I don't know. I feel like was it last year? Last few years seems like Michigan State's one of those teams that always gets the first game. I don't know why. I could be completely off on that. It just feels like Michigan State's one of those teams that always gets the first one of these first games here. But nonetheless, maybe you've got the day off. Maybe you got the next couple days off because that's a tradition that you always do over there. But hey, if you want to make your Final Four picks, I know a lot of you turned in your brackets. Thank you for that. But we're looking now. You can tell the rest of the class here, who's in your Final Four. Who do you got your Final Four, and who's your national championship or national champions? So you can start to hit us up with some texts on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Speaking of hoops, last night, the Bucks falling short against the Boston Celtics, 122 to 119. And for the first three quarters, it was all Celtics. Looked like it was just going to be a comfortable win for the Celtics. But Bucks, fourth quarter, comeback attempt, outscoring the Celtics by 15 in the fourth, ultimately falling just a little bit short there. Comeback falling a little bit short. Bucks were without Giannis in the game last night. But players afterward, like Chris Middleton and such, say it's not a moral victory. There is no moral victories and that, but perhaps a little bit of a preview of what could be to come. We got another Bucks and Boston game in that final full week of the regular season in April, but maybe a quick preview of what the Eastern Conference Finals will look like coming up here. So Dame led the team, 32 points, 6 assists. Bobby Portis coming off the bench, 24 points. Chris Middleton, just his second game back. It doesn't look like he's really on any restrictions. He played 33 minutes last night and had 22 points. That was it for players in double-figure scoring. Brook Lopez only 8, Beasley just 6, Patrick Beverly 9 off the bench, Pat 7. So outside those three, you didn't get a ton of production. At least offensively, you didn't get a ton of production. Bucks will be back at it tonight. Quick turnaround. We got a back-to-back. They'll be back home, though, against Brooklyn. Then a couple days off before they take on the OKC, the Oklahoma City Thunder, coming up on Sunday. So we'll talk some Bucks. We'll talk some hoops coming at you. Also, 1 week away from opening day for the Brewers. We know Dodgers and Padres have already started this morning. The Padres jumped out to an early lead so far this morning. But 1 week from today, the Brewers will begin their season. But today is also a big day because Wade Miley is going to be pitching for the first time all spring training. Still no word yet on whether he's going to be able to be a part of the opening day roster, part of the first run through with the rotation and such. But today could give us a good glimpse of where Wade Miley's at, and maybe kind of give us a better timetable of when we can expect to see Wade Miley. But nonetheless, still a big day today, so we can finally see Wade Miley get some spring training action. Looking at the games you got today, you got a doubleheader, split squad game tomorrow. Another game on Saturday against the Cubbies. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday and then that's it. Then we get into the regular season opening day on Thursday. So, yeah, because if you even go to Saturday, because they have the off day, it's that weird thing. You have opening day Thursday, no game on Friday. If you go to Saturday, Brewers just have it a TBD for the rest of their rotation coming up here. So, reminder too, if you want to get on that bus with us, because it's coming up quick, baby. Get on the bus with us to Milwaukee for Milwaukee's opening day against Minnesota, an early border battle preview. I shouldn't say preview, early border battle matchup. But I think there's just a couple. Let me check the. Yeah, not many left. So your ticket includes game ticket to the Johnsonville party deck. Includes food and beverages, couple brewskis if you're 21 or older. Round trip motor coach transportation, tailgate party beforehand too. So just head to sportstalk1051.com or wiscotrips.com to get your tickets. We'll talk some baseball. No outdoor tidbits today. Jake's got to work. He's got some stuff that came up. So hold on to your outdoor questions for next week. But maybe some of you are getting your extra turkey tags. I got to get mine. Mine opens up today. So, but nonetheless, we'll catch up with Jake tomorrow, or excuse me, next week. Next week for outdoor tidbits. But we will do a little receive or defer coming up at about 7:45, 7:40, 7:45. So we'll get to a little receiver defer with that too. But let's get things rolling here this morning. We're going to talk some hoops. We've got the Bucks falling last night to the Boston Celtics without Giannis. Made things interesting towards the end there, but nonetheless still fell just a little bit short. Also, tournament really kicks off today. Really kind of gets going here. I know we had the opening day game or the first four play in, whatever the heck we're calling it these days. But things really start to get into gear here with Michigan State's, Mississippi State beginning things at 11:15. BYU is going to be in action. After that, Akron, Creighton, Arizona, UNC, Illinois. I know we've got Illini Greg. He's going to be paying attention to that 2:10 tip-off with Illinois over there. We know Wisconsin and Marquette will be in action tomorrow. Or maybe you're an Iowa State fan. They're going to be in action tonight, 6:35. So, who you got in the Final Four? Who you got in the national championship? All right, start to hopefully you got your brackets in. But now it's time to share with the rest of the class who you've got. Hit us up with that text or hit me up on Twitter at DANKASPER, Facebook.com/Kasper Sports over there too. So we got a couple of you already chiming in early this morning. Like it, love it, keep it coming here. So we'll also. I didn't change any of my picks. I thought about making some changes. Completely changed how I did the brackets this year. Just one and done. Did it right away. But I think this is the most brackets we've had turned in so far. So big thanks for everybody for doing that online. Think you could still maybe do it online? I don't know. I haven't tried it. I mean, I did my bracket right away, but if you haven't turned in a bracket, you can go ahead and try by just going to our websites and clicking on the fan cave tab over there. But you might be able to. Don't quote me. I just did mine right away. So, but let's get things rolling here this morning. Quick break and let's get an early start on it all. We're going to talk some hoops. Bucks, do you take anything away from the game last night, even though it was a loss? Do you agree with the players? There is no moral victories. And let me know your Final Four national championship picks. Week from today, we'll be hanging out over at High V for opening day. So if you got nothing on the calendar, don't have anything planned up, maybe you got the day off for opening day, or you're just looking for an extended lunch period, hang out with us over at Hy-Vee. We'll be there starting around 11:30 game time. First pitch is going to be, 12:10? Although we know that's probably not going to be accurate based off they always do the introductions and such. But nonetheless, stop on over, hang out with us, and for a little opening day celebration here. So looking forward to that a week from today. Although sounds like we may not feel like baseball season, even though it's felt like baseball season for the longest time here this whole winter and spring. Sounds like maybe we won't feel a little like baseball in these next few days here. Also, maybe a good reminder too for tomorrow. Checking out and staying tuned to our website, sportstalk1051.com, for the latest school closings and delays. So I know we haven't had a ton of those this year, but with this winter weather coming through here, might be a good reminder to stay tuned to our website for the first alert school closings, brought to you by Hovland's and Service Master of Chippewa Valley, the WEAU 13 News First Alert school closings, just in case. You never know, right? Well, you never know. So, all right, let's get things rolling here this morning. G-Man already chiming in here. He's got Wisconsin winning it all. You and Hudson, man. You and Hudson are probably the only two people I know right now that has Wisconsin winning it all. But Hutsy's got, I can't remember his Final Four. Actually, it's UConn. It's UConn versus Wisconsin, and then I think he's got Purdue in the Final Four over there too. So, but nonetheless, so G-Man's the first one. Holy moly, that's the fastest I've ever seen you running through there, intern.
Time's a wasting. Yeah.
Well, look at you all dressed up too. Got a haircut,
clean shirt.
Yeah, what's on your schedule? Are you ready for March Madness or what?
Well, I'm always ready for March Madness.
Yeah, look at you, all dappered up.
What clean shirt? What?
You got a haircut?
No, I got them all cut.
Yeah, look at that.
You bet. Oh, that was a week.
Who are you trying to impress?
That was a week ago.
Oh, okay.
I'm going south tomorrow. I'm getting out of this snow.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, I'm going to Costa Rica and Panama.
Are you really?
Yep.
Oh, well, have fun.
Yeah, we'll do our best.
All right. So you go out the whole week then, or?
Yeah, I'll be gone next Thursday. I'll be sailing through the Panama Canal a week from today. So
you're gonna miss opening day, man.
I'll struggle through it.
Yeah. Although
opening
it's kind
day,
of like
they already had opening day.
Yeah, Milwaukee opening day.
Yeah,
Brewers opening day. But
well, yeah.
But yeah, technically it started yesterday and such, and they're going to get into right now this morning. Get 9-2, bottom of the third right now.
Who's winning?
Padres.
Padres are winning today.
Padres. They jumped out on their the new Dodgers pitcher that they spent a bunch of money on, Yamamoto.
Oh boy, they shelled him, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep, so far. So, well, that's probably the least of the Dodgers' worries right now.
I was going to say, with their Japanese affiliations.
I'm sure everybody's heard it by now, but the biggest story in the sports world is Ohtani's interpreter fired over, quote, massive theft alleged. Apparently,
is it theft or is
that's
it
what they're saying is
betting?
massive theft. Well, it's betting, but the theft is that now, as they're saying, did he take money from Ohtani to pay off his bets? So that's what they're saying right now. So
yeah, I heard that, but I thought, if Ohtani doesn't press charges, if he's betting on baseball, of course, then they're frustrated. But
yeah,
I don't know. That'd be an interesting story to have come out.
Yeah, the interpreter was fired Wednesday afternoon after questions surrounding at least $4.5 million in wire transfers sent from Ohtani's bank account to a bookmaking operation set off a series of events there. Doesn't sound like any bets were made on baseball, but there were a couple of payments, $500,000 payments that had Ohtani's name on it back in September and October. So, yeah, least of the worries right now for the Dodgers is their game right now, probably.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, yeah, they got some things to get straightened out in a hurry.
Yeah, and it was just kind of a weird thing because so initially a spokesman for Ohtani told ESPN, I guess the ESPN was getting ready to come out with this story, and initially a spokesman for Ohtani told ESPN the slugger had transferred the funds to cover his interpreter's gambling debt. The spokesman then presented this translator to ESPN for a 90-minute interview Tuesday nights. Then, however, ESPN, as they're getting ready to publish the story yesterday, the spokesman disavowed the account and said Ohtani's lawyers would issue a statement, and then found out the translator ended up being fired. So maybe some more stuff that they thought was out there actually came out. So
pretty stupid on the part of the interpreter, no matter how this comes out. I mean, you talk about having a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
And screwing that up.
Yep.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Yep. Exactly. I saw Paulie, he's on the Dan Patrick Show. He had tweeted out apparently a couple months ago they were having a fun topic about like what was the best job in all sports, and one of them they said was Ohtani's translator. And
absolutely.
Nope, not anymore.
No.
But yeah, I mean, you hang out, you get to go to ball clubs and travel with the team, and you're just translating essentially.
Yeah,
so,
and you can imagine they're not staying at a Super 8 on the edge of town, so he's staying deluxe accommodations and everything else. So
yeah,
pretty stupid decisions on some of these people.
Yeah, it just kind of makes you wonder like what goes through your mind. But every day it seems like in the world there's something that's like, what the heck are you thinking?
Yep, exactly.
At that point. So,
Yep.
But yeah, right now 9-3 in the Padres jumping out right away. I think they put up 5 in the first inning there. So 43 first pitch inning for the Dodgers. So yeesh. I think Dodgers still will be okay talent wise.
I think they're not going to suffer too much. I
No.
think this kid will come back, but boy, oh boy,
Mm-hmm.
what a way to start.
Yep, exactly. So,
and most people are saying, good, they got that big money guy, and he got shelled by everyday player. Of course, nobody's an everyday player. They're all making millions of dollars, but wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if Ohtani gets in trouble at all with this. I don't know if he the payments where they have his name on it. I don't know if they'd be able to, I don't want to accuse him or anything like that, but I don't know if he would get in trouble at any point because he's still involved. I don't know. I don't know how that would work out because I think it's still illegal in California for sports betting.
I don't know how their laws are.
Yeah. I know it's changed quite a bit these last couple of years in that, but I got to imagine too, this is like every other sports world, their biggest nightmare, involved like their name top player in the world is getting attached to stuff like this.
But did they say that Ohtani help make those payments? Or
they said there was
the money?
Well, there was the 2 payments we mentioned of $500,000 that had his name on there. So I don't know if that's where they're coming with the theft, that this person used Ohtani's name to make those payments. So dicey. It's kind of dicey.
It's going to be interesting if this all comes out because boy, he could be liable if he okayed payments for gambling.
Yeah. Yep. I don't think this will be the last we've heard of this.
But it was. Do we know if it was gambling on baseball?
It was not baseball.
Oh, it was not. Well,
no, it was soccer. It was one of them.
Well, there the guy made the big mistake right there. Why do you want to waste time betting on soccer? I mean,
NBA, NFL, and college football and international soccer. So that's
the over and under is 3.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh boy, but that's the world sport. There's no question about it. But
yeah, it says here
this guy. If Ohtani knew the guy was betting that much, I can't believe Ohtani knew it because you can't allow a guy because I don't know how much money he's making, but I can't imagine he's making that much that he can bet $4.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So did Ohtani? I don't know. There are going to be a lot of interesting questions. Did Ohtani know about this in any way, shape, or form? And I think I heard somebody say it's okay for baseball players to bet as long as they don't bet on baseball. But still in all.
Yeah, it says here MLB players and employees are allowed to bet on sports other than baseball, but not with illegal bookmakers or offshore websites. The league rule book states that the bets placed with illegal bookmakers are subject to punishment at the commissioner's discretion. And I guess this translator dude Mizuhara confirmed to ESPN he has been paid between $300,000 and $500,000 annually for his services.
And
So,
you can't bet that much money then. So I don't know. I hate to speculate on anything. You know, there's going to be an investigation,
mhm.
but boy, just from the outside looking in, if I think Otani's got to be a little nervous.
Yeah, yeah, because Otani agreed to pay the debts, it says
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
so he knew something of it. He knew something
That's what I
about it
mean.
going
I
on.
think I'd be nervous if I were him.
Yep, absolutely. We'll talk some more baseball coming up here in just a little bit. A week from today, the Brewers opening day, but big day in spring training for the Crew because Wade Miley is going to get his first action in spring training. So we'll see kind of a timeline, maybe see how he comes out of that start, and hopefully he'll be ready to go here. But Bucks last night falling just a bit short to the Celtics. No Giannis in the game, still dealing with a hamstring issue, but Bucks for the first three quarters, it looked like the Celtics were going to have kind of a comfortable win. They made it a game in the fourth, outscoring them by 15 points, ultimately falling by 3 at the end. Players, though, after the game, like Chris Middleton, saying there is no moral victories at this point in time.
Good.
But
I'm glad to hear him say that.
he had a couple players saying it. Chris Middleton, for just his second game back, too, doesn't look like he's on any restrictions. He played 33 minutes last night, 22 points. So his first two games back, he scored over 20 points. If you go back to that Suns game, he had over 20 points. And last night he had over 20 points here, too. I mean, if there is one positive maybe we take away, maybe it's that Chris Middleton looks like he's playing pretty darn good at this point.
I think you've capsulized the whole thing. Chris Middleton looks good. You get Giannis back. It's going to be obviously better. I mean, yeah, I was watching. I didn't watch the whole game, but I was watching part of it. And there's some clown was in there, and he's outside. You got Lillard, and you got Middleton, and you got Portis, and you got Lopez in there. And this clown's throwing up 3-pointers and not even hitting the rim. And I'm thinking, what is this guy doing on the floor? And didn't anybody tell him you're not a shooter? I mean, you know, and he did that. Oh Lord, I don't know who the guy was. I forgot his name, but
Was it Beverly?
no,
Was it
some other
Patrick,
guy.
AJ Green, or anybody like that?
No, some other guy. I don't know
Okay.
who he was, but he was. I mean, you might as well have me out there throwing up 3-pointers. But no, I mean, I still think Boston's a better team right now than the Bucks, even if Giannis would have played. But with Middleton, that's the one thing, and you pointed it out. That's the one thing I take a little solace in. Middleton looks like they gave him enough rest. He's healthy. He's ready to go. And I think now they get Giannis back and they get in a routine here towards the end of the year. I think they can be heard from in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, because even you look at Middleton, I know it's a small sample size in these last two games, but not only has he scored 22 points in back-to-back games, you're talking about 6 and 7 assists in each of those games too.
And spending a lot of time on the floor.
Yep. 25 minutes against Phoenix, 33 last night. Shot 72.7% from the field overall last night. He's getting involved in the game. He's not just being, kind of like one-dimensional out there. So hopefully this is, and really too, we haven't this whole season seen these big three, Dame, Giannis, and Middleton. I don't think too often where all three have been like on the same page, like health wise, and even with Doc Rivers coming in at the halfway mark. I don't know if we've actually seen these three on the court all together for a long extended period of time.
No, not at all.
You
I
know?
mean, Middleton's been out. How many games did he miss? 15 or 20 games or whatever it was. But I think they did the right thing. You know, they're going to make the playoffs. They're going to be in the top half of the Eastern Division. So they're going to be a factor in the playoffs. And, the encouragement that gotten from Middleton the last couple of games, I think they're going to be more of a factor than we thought 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So that's the one thing I'm kind of taking away from these past two is that, and I know we've been questioning Middleton, kind of hard on Middleton, whether it's been, can he stay healthy? Can he be a contributor and such? But if this is the version of Middleton that we're going to get, even with Giannis back, I feel better about this squad.
I think you have to. I think you have to because, when all three of them are on the floor and it gets to be crunch time, you defend.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Damian Lillard last night. I like this mindset too because even Doc Rivers after the game said they won the battle tonight. The war's ahead of us. Chris Middleton. It's a loss. That's just the way I look at it. Just wasn't good enough. We learn from it. We move on. Damian Lillard. No moral victories. I use the same phrase. And Eric Name, who covers the Bucks, said that was definitely the vibe in the locker room last night. So I like that mindset that they had. It wasn't just speaking it to the media. Apparently, this was the vibe in the locker room. That yeah, they knew their best player was out, but they're not using it as an excuse at this point. That they still thought that they should have gone in there and picked up the W, which they need that mindset coming out. I mean, we're 13 games left in the regular season now.
Well, they're
And get into the postseason.
competitors, they're athletes. Nobody wants to go in there and say, well, we hope we can play well. We hope we can give them a game. We hope we can compete. No, we're going in there to win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the attitude you got to have. Otherwise, you're be playing. I don't care whether it's little league or professional basketball. You want to win.
Here's
That's why you play.
Doc Rivers, really quick clip after the game last night. There you go. So that's mindset. I like it. I think they know too that they want to get to that finals. They're going to have to go through Boston, and they're going to have to
Oh,
go into Boston and try to win a game or two in
well,
Boston
I
too.
think this year anybody that wins the title is going to have to go through Boston. Unless the Bucks really gel here at the end, it's still an uphill battle for the Bucks. I mean, like you said, we lost the battle last night. Hopefully, we haven't lost the war, but they've still got to get better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the bottom line. They've got to get better if they're going to beat the Celtics.
And remember, too, even Boston last night, Drew Holiday wasn't playing, so they were missing one of their top defenders on the perimeter. Now Boston's pretty deep,
Yeah.
but still, I mean, that's still a pretty darn good defender that Boston was missing out on their court last night. So, but I've got a feeling we're going to see. I mean, we're going to see him one more time in the regular season, but that's the final week of the regular season, and Boston at that point might just be like, "We'll get you some minutes, but we're not really going to go out there and try."
Well, they've
too
already
hard.
clinched the Atlantic Division.
Yeah,
haven't
they're
they? I
they're the
mean,
only team right now that's clinched a playoff spot in the
Yeah.
entire NBA as of yesterday. Yep, that's still the same. So they're they're comfortably ahead right now. Don't want to put it on cruise control, but they're pretty darn good shape. Let's just say that. Bucks are still in second place, but they're 11 games back, and there's only 13 left to go in the regular season
Yeah,
here.
it should be a miracle to be the number one seed in the East. I don't think that's going to happen.
And you look at Boston, just how dominant they've been at home. 32-3. They've won 7 in a row, 8-2 in their last 10. But that's the thing too, is like if you go up against Boston, you're going to have to try to at least steal one in Boston, which teams have not been able to do except for 3 times this entire year. And I think if you get Boston too in a situation where they're struggling from 3, you really need to take advantage of that because this is a team that shoots a lot of threes, but when they're on, shoot 45% from 3.
That's awfully good.
Yeah, but if you get a night where they're off from 3, that's a night that you got to take advantage and try to get that W.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah, you got to win one in Boston. That's the bottom line.
They shot 43s last night. Boston did.
Yeah, they
40.
shoot a lot of them. Yep,
Mhm.
They throw it up there.
Yep.
And you got Porzingis now, and he's been pretty darn good for them and pretty healthy. I don't think he's ever played this many games in a season without being out with a knee injury or some kind of injury. So they've got him playing in the right position without a whole lot of contact. He comes down to kind of the trailer, throw it to him a 3-point line, and he can knock it down. So
Yep.
I think they've gotten more out of him than even they thought they were going to get from him.
Mhm.
He's been a big difference maker for them, I think.
Over 20 points per game he's averaging right now. You throw in Tatum, you got Brown on there too. So, and then you got Pritchard, this guy that I think is kind of like
He's like a little gnat.
yeah, he's the guy you want on your team, but you hate on the other teams.
I know it. Yeah, the kid from Oregon. He played
Yep.
against the Badgers in college and
Yep.
beat the Badgers. He's that kind of kid that He's a motor. He's all motor, and he
Mm-hmm.
plays hard every second he's on the floor. So you got to give him a lot of credit. He
Yep.
earns his playing. Sam Hauser's playing well. The other night he had 30 some points, made about 10 threes or something like that. So they're getting a lot of contributions from a lot of different guys.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Just a quick update on the standings here. As we mentioned, Bucks just 13 more games left to go in the regular season, which still doesn't kind of feel right that it's almost here, done in a couple weeks here. But Boston's still the only team that has clinched a playoff spot. As you mentioned, they now have clinched their division. Bucks are still in second. Cleveland is 1 game back from them. The Knicks are 2.5 back from Milwaukee. You got Orlando, who is just 3 back from that second seed. They're currently in the 5th spot. They're also playing really good. 8-2 in their last 10. They've won 4 in a row. And that West is still way up in the air. You got Oklahoma City still at the top. Denver's just a half game back. Timberwolves are 1.5 back. And then the Clippers, it's kind of, between those three, and those three are in the same division too. And then you got Clippers, Pelicans, and Sacramento rounding out the rest of the top 6 over there too. So Bucks will be back in action tonight, taking on the Brooklyn Nets. This one will be in Milwaukee. Brooklyn, they're still in it to try to get into the playoff spot, but they're the first team on the outside looking in outside that top 10, and they're about 4.5 games back from Atlanta for that final spot here. So no word. I haven't seen anything official yet on Giannis, but I don't know. If it's a hamstring, not to overlook anybody, I wouldn't play him tonight. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't play him tonight.
No,
So,
I wouldn't play him in a sore hamstring either, because you can stretch that thing or pull that thing, and then you really got problems.
because you got 2 days off after tonight's, you got Friday and Saturday off. Then you got Oklahoma City coming to town on Sunday. That's a big game.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah, right. So,
This Chet Holmgren boy, he's not going to make Rookie of the Year because of Wembayama. Because in Wemby, I mean, those two guys, as big as they are some of the most athletic players in the league. They can handle the ball, they can shoot the ball, they can rebound the ball, they can run the floor. Those two guys are flukes of nature, as far as I'm concerned.
isn't it weird? It's how many 25, 30 years ago? You had these, it was the era of the centers with Hakeem and David Robinson and Shaq and heck, even Sean Bradley, George Muresan, 7'6" guys over there, but they were low post dudes. Hakeem might have been the best jump shooter of them all.
Yep. Well, the
Yeah.
one guy that I think is in the chat would be the same kind of player as Holmgren and Wembayama is Ralph Sampson.
Oh, yeah.
Played at Virginia, and then he went into the pros. And I think, too, at that time, he came in at the wrong time. If he came in now, I think he'd be a lot better player, because, he's 7'3" or whatever he was, and he just had to play with his back to the basket. At that time, that's what you did. You were the pivot. You didn't play 7'3" as a number 3 with facing the basket. Now these guys are facing the basket. I think Ralph Sampson is a guy that would have benefited and probably was hurt more by the image of how a big man had to play in the NBA back then. I think Ralph Sampson would be in that mold of those two guys. He really got stuck in the old, you're a big guy, so you got to play center.
Yep.
And you got to be under the basket.
Yep.
Not today.
Yep. That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, let's take a quick break here. Don't forget to send over your Final Four picks, your national championship picks. We'll be back in just a couple minutes to finish up this first hour. Two of the most important things you need to keep up to date on your vehicle: oil changes and tires. Well, guess what? You can accomplish both of those right at ASAP Used Auto Parts in Eau Claire. Not only does ASAP Used Auto Parts have a wide range of high-quality used auto parts, they also offer oil changes, and they can hook you up with a new set of tires to hit the road. No more looking for multiple places to get each of those jobs done. You can get it all done at ASAP Used Auto Parts. Just give them a call, 715-514-4501, or visit them at 1330 Menominee Street in Eau Claire. Got about 10 minutes to the top of the hour here. Are you filling out your brackets over there in pencil again, or what are you
No,
doing?
I'm just looking at the bracket here in the paper this morning.
Gotcha.
These things are overwhelming, aren't they? I mean, it's what about the conversation people are having now about Virginia getting into the tournament and laying an egg like they did? I mean, we talk about the Badgers' demise there for 8 or 10 games. That's embarrassing. I mean, the Badgers, you know, it's different situation, but still you were frustrated. But if you're around the Virginia program, so much debate on whether or not they should have been in the tournament in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But then for Tony Bennett's team to go 12, almost 13 minutes without scoring a point, a Little League, AAU team could have scored against them in that game. I mean, it was unbelievably a poor performance.
Well, I was gonna save it for receiver defer, but I might as well ask this now. Receiver defer, the Bennett style can no longer win in college basketball.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think kids want to play that kind of style.
Mm-hmm.
They'll go to Virginia to play because maybe they didn't have any place else to go. But, recruiting to that style of basketball, I don't think is popular anymore. I think you're seeing, Wisconsin has had,
they've even adjusted offensively.
Exactly. Wisconsin has realized, Greg Gard has realized this, that, you got to let these guys look at the basket.
Mm-hmm.
No fun to play catch. You can do that in your driveway.
Yep.
You ought to be able to look at the basket. And I think Tony Bennett's style is definitely going to have to change.
Mm-hmm. And I know they, kind of said afterwards that they're going to look at, their program, or they'll look at their system, I think is the word that they use and such. But yeah, I mean, it's not that long ago, a few years ago, they won a national championship over in Minnesota. Virginia did, but times changed really quick after that.
Well, right? They did. And I was listening, I think it was on Dan Patrick yesterday. They did average 71 points a game this year.
Mm-hmm.
But the performance in the NCAA tournament was absolutely, that one game the other night was just absolutely atrocious. And so many people had said, even during the season, this was a team that didn't deserve to be in there. I mean, you look at Indiana State and you look at some other teams that should have been in there, and how in the world this team got a bye. Is it on reputation is how they got in there? I mean, so. The committee ought to be embarrassed to tears, because everybody was talking about the fact before the brackets were announced that, Virginia would not be in the tournament. Well, they got in, and boy, oh boy, it's really bad.
Would have rather had Indiana State's in that. I think Indiana State should have made it to begin with.
So do I.
They dropped over 100 points in the NIT last night. 110, I think it was.
Oh, I think they got an axe to grind, and they're gonna put egg in some selection committees' faces.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I kind of wonder, especially, I mean, when you're Virginia and you play in the ACC, right? You got Duke, you got North Carolina over there. You got those teams that want to play fast.
You got some of those other teams, but I don't know. I think Tony Bennett's system too has, you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I think you've got to upgrade that and bring in a little bit different system.
And that's where I do give Greg Gard credit for, bringing in Kirk Penny to bring in that Europe style offense that everybody's kind of talking about a little bit there. And I mean, we've seen them, their points have exploded. I mean, I know I mentioned it earlier on Monday, and I think it was Bill Raftery was talking about in the Big Ten championship game when AJ Storr tried to do the T-Mac and throwing it off the backboard and alley-oop. And I'm like, ooh, Bo Ryan is probably just throwing pillows or something at that, But, that's the stuff. I mean, they're allowing AJ Storr to kind of, a little bit more of a free reign than what he probably would have if he was playing under Bo Ryan.
Well, these kids grow up, and, I think how many of them I don't know, 90%? Did they play AAU ball? And that's the kind of ball they're used to. They don't go to these basketball camps. I haven't been to one in a long time. My kids, years ago. What do they teach them to do? They teach them how to run the court. They teach them how to dribble. They teach them how to shoot. They play a little defense, but very little. And I know it's all part of the game, but the structure of the game is changed, changed dramatically. Because these kids, let's face it, these kids, they're more athletic than when I played and you played. I mean, they're getting more athletic all the time because they're playing a lot more. And they're doing different drills. They're doing different things. I mean,
you're just talking about the big man in the prior segment.
Exactly. Yeah, these guys that can do. I mean, Chet Holmgren and Wembayama, the things Wembayama did something the other night. I don't know. I still don't. I've seen it 3 times. I still don't know exactly what he was doing. It's behind his back and under his legs, and then he slammed the ball. I mean, the kid's 7'6" or whatever he is.
Yeah.
I mean, man, oh man, back in my day, a kid 7'6", other than Kareem, couldn't hardly tie their shoes, let alone do a shot like that.
Well, it's like George. I mentioned those 2 guys before, but like when they were playing, they were like, George Mearson, 7'6", 7'7", but that was the style where back then they weren't putting up 25, 30 points a game like some of these guys are now.
No,
they're getting out
right.
physical by the other centers of David Robinson and Shaq and the Dream and all that. And
you mentioned just a few minutes ago how many threes Boston shot last night.
Yeah.
So where's the emphasis? The emphasis isn't in the blocks, down on the block, in the toaster, as Eddie Doucette of the Bucks used to call it. It's out around the 3-point line.
Well, I think DP, Dan Patrick, just asked this question. I think it might have been their poll question a couple days ago. Right now, what's more important? What would you rather be good at, or something to that effect? Being a dunker or shooting a 3?
Well, shooting a 3.
Yeah.
Makes more money.
Yeah, right.
You're gonna make a lot more money shooting a 3 than you are dunking the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's all show.
Yeah.
You dunk for show and shoot 3s for dough.
There you go. Yeah. But I was like, I think about that. If we would have had asked that question maybe 10, 15 years ago, be like, what are you talking about? And now here we are. It's like maybe kids would rather shoot that 3 instead of I wanted to be a dunker as a kid, so you lower the hoop in the backyard and try to work on your dunks and all that because there's no way I could do it in real life. Now it's like, nope, just keep it up and I'll work on the 3-pointer.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about because, you watch it and it's coming across the timeline and it's not the 3-point line. You're shooting from the logos.
Yeah.
I mean, that 3-point line is like a suggestion.
Yeah.
This is where we'd like you to shoot behind, but any place behind it is all right.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at Caitlin Clark is a perfect example, but so many guys, Damian Lillard,
yeah.
I mean, he can shoot it from 10 feet beyond that line.
Remember a few years ago they were talking about should they have like a 4-point line and all that? I'm like, thank God they didn't do that because
wouldn't that be something?
Yeah,
would that change the game?
Oh God, more guys would be shooting it from back there, wouldn't they?
I'll tell you what, you'd have every kid in the country shooting from the basketball hoop in the driveway, be shooting it from the neighbor's driveway at your basket in your driveway. It's so far away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
but it is unbelievable when I watch these kids in the college and the pros, especially, certain extent in high school, but the range they've got now, it's just unbelievable. I mean, I remember when the 3-point line first came in, and of course I was way out of school and everything else, and we were just playing recreational ball. And I can't say that I was shooting it. I was throwing it. You really have to, it's a different type of a shot than we grew up shooting. Mm-hmm. And you get out to the 3-point line and you gotta adjust. It takes time. You don't just automatically go out there and start shooting.
Yeah.
And making them.
Well, heck, I remember watching, I think it was The Last Dance. It was just a clip, but they were like goofing around shooting half-court shots. And you could tell some of those guys were putting a lot of effort into it, like Steve Kerr. And now it's just like a normal jump shot for a lot of those dudes.
Oh, yeah.
Just cross that line and pop it up right there.
That's what I say. It's to the point now where the 3-point line is just a suggestion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just make sure you stay behind it.
Yep. Exactly. All right. We got about a minute left till the shot clock cuts us off here. So, coming up next hour, we'll talk some more college hoops. Get your Final Four picks. Let us know who your Final Four picks are and your national champion. Hit us up with a text at 715-830-1912.
Did you see where some group or guy is going to pay, I don't know how many dollars for somebody that gets their bracket all wrong?
All wrong.
Yeah. if you can,
Ooh,
if you can, that's how it's just as hard to do that as it is
yeah.
obviously to get one all right. But some guy's putting up, I don't know, a million or whatever. If anybody gets a bracket all wrong,
That's a good idea. Maybe for next year, we might have to do something like
yeah.
that. Not giving away $1 million, but it's an interesting one to
But
put out there.
I
Yeah.
got a chuckle out of that.
That's a good one. I like that. So, but send us your Final Fours and your national championship picks over there with the tournaments. You had the first 4 games, the last couple days here, but really tips off in just a few hours from now. Michigan State, Mississippi State, the first game at 11:15. One in, we got a couple more to go. Got some news updates, and we'll be back to kick off the second hour in just a few minutes. Second hour kicking off on this Thursday morning of March 21st. Appreciate you all tuning in. Reminder again, no outdoor tidbits this morning. Jake's got a work thing, so he'll be joining us hopefully next week here. So save your questions, or if you got, remember this is the week too to get your extra turkey tags over there. So
he's got to do a lot of studying. We got a lot of new laws and regulations, fishing and hunting and everything else, trapping and keeping size fish and from where, which waterways. You better know the laws and regulations because they're changing.
Texted Mile last night, said he's got a case that he's got to work on this morning, so I won't be able to hop on, but we'll hopefully catch up with him next week for another episode of Outdoor Tidbits. It is March, March Madness. I'm going to say it officially begins today. No offense to the other teams that had the first four in and such, but this is when it really kicks in, coming up in just a few hours from now with Michigan State and Mississippi State. I feel like Michigan State the last few years has always kind of been one of the first games. I don't know why. It just feels like that.
How many networks are we going to be dealing with this time? There's still 4
or 5. Well, CBS, TNT, TBS, True TV. So 4, I believe.
Is it 4?
Or off the top of my head there. I can always double check it, but I think it's those 4. But this one of your favorite times?
How'd you like to be watching all those games on all those different networks when, well, you probably never went through it, but when we didn't have remotes on our TVs.
Oh, yeah. I remember that as a kid. Yeah.
You have to get up and physically change it on the set.
Yep. I remember that. Absolutely. But now you can watch it on your computer, your phone.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
We've got, this is why man caves were invented. Was for days like today and tomorrow.
For weekends, next couple of weekends.
Yep. So
for the girls and the men and the women, because the women start this week too, don't they?
Yep, they're bringing up their schedule right now. So they've got
what networks are they going to be on?
Bringing it up, looks like ESPN, ESPN Plus.
Okay.
ESPN2, ESPN Plus. There's a lot of their games coming up here. So they also begin this afternoon. It looks like. Is that WBA? Yeah, okay. So then you got NIT games going on at the same time. So all right. There you got it.
Lots of college basketball, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. It's got to be it's a week later though, isn't it? Because I always remember, and maybe they changed it the last couple of years, I just don't know. But I remember like boys state basketball was always kind of on the same time as like the first round. Because it would always be like every channel. Because I remember my grandma would always like, "There's nothing on TV; it's just basketball." Because you had Boys State, and then obviously the tournament going on too. So
I think you're right. Yeah, the women's tournament.
Yeah,
they always seem to be a little earlier. Not in now. There looks like they're direct head to head with the men's.
So, but do you got your bracket filled out?
No, I haven't even really seen a bracket yet.
Besides in the paper over there?
I was looking at that. I didn't copy out a bracket. I got to do it in paper. I got to do it in paper so I can
do it in pen, not pencil. Can't cheat.
Believe me.
Do you have a team
does Hudson fill out a bracket?
He did. Yep. He did. He's got UConn in a championship. But
that's a tough. They got a tough road to hoe.
He does not have him winning it though. He's got Wisconsin winning it all, and he got really mad at me when I said I didn't. Called me a traitor multiple times.
Well, good for him. Good for him. Defend the home turf, Hudson. Attaboy.
But I look at these brackets here. I know a lot of people
got them printed out on paper, or is it all on electronic stuff?
I don't have one printed. I can't print in this studio apparently. So this printing icon on this computer, so I tried to print one off, has been up for the last 4 days. So, and nothing is printed. So, but so you have to do it on your own or try to figure it out. But I know a lot of people from the national sense, at least, kind of feel like if Purdue is going to make a run, they've got the bracket or they've got the region to do it this year. I still don't know if I trust them to do it though.
I don't either. But yeah, it's amazing. I don't know how the committee does what it does, and puts the brackets together the way they do. And I know they know a lot more about basketball than I do, but sometimes I think they get a little bit too in depth rather than, what makes for a good tournament.
Right. Yeah. It goes to the question of, do they, again, it might to I think it was Dan Patrick again who had this poll question. Would you rather see, the best teams in it when it comes to the tournament or best matchups? Because sometimes it feels like they go with storyline matchups
Mm-hmm.
with this thing. Because what is it? Texas A&M and Nebraska for both the men's and women's, they have a first round matchup. Well, what's the storyline there? The Nebraska AD left to be the AD at Texas
Oh, that's
A&M.
right, Trev Alberts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, was that more for the storylines, instead of actual like matchup based sort of thing? But I mean, I get it to sell, butts in the seats and or
Do you
attention and
need
all
that
that, but
though? Do you need that with this
I don't think
tournament?
you
I
need
don't think
that.
you need that.
No.
If your team's in it, you're going to follow 'em.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go. I mean, I would imagine there'll be a lot of Wisconsin fans in New York and Brooklyn for this
Mm-hmm.
game tomorrow night or tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow night.
Yeah,
So
late tomorrow night.
I would imagine there'll be a lot of Wisconsin, a lot of red in the seats.
They
That's a nice place to go. Go to New York City, spend the weekend one way or another. Go to the game Friday night. If they lose, still spend the weekend in New York City.
mm-hmm.
I mean, I just think they don't need help. The
Mm-hmm.
tournament doesn't need that kind of help. People are going to follow their team.
I agree. And even if it's not your team, if there's a low seed, a double digit seed that's going to win, that instantly gets the attention of the nation, right?
Absolutely. Right.
Because it's the Cinderella team that everybody's rooting for. It's the Loyolas. It's the, you know, St. Peter's or whatever, FAUs from back in the day, George Masons, all that.
Yeah.
They win a couple games. If there's a double digit seed that gets to the Sweet 16, that's the talk. Is how long can they go?
Absolutely. I don't know what the committee, because are they putting the best 68 teams in it or whatever the total is with the play-in games?
Mm-hmm.
Are they putting the best 68 teams in there, or are they looking for the best matchups? I don't know. I mean, this year I think they're really being questioned about that.
I do too. But odds are there's going to be at least one seed or two seed, probably a couple that are not going to make it to the Sweet 16. Is there one that you think off the top, or maybe a couple that you think would be
Well,
most
you got
likely? You've got
UConn, Purdue,
UConn, Houston, Purdue, North Carolina are your ones.
North Carolina. I don't think it's going to make it.
And then your twos are Iowa State, Marquette, Tennessee, and Arizona.
Marquette, I think, is a little fallible because of Kolek.
And he is going to play.
Yeah, but depending on how healthy he is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much strain he can put on that. What is it, a quad he hurt or something?
Oblique.
So how much he can really go, I don't know. But
the Arizona one,
Marquette makes it.
The Arizona one makes me nervous because there's a story with the Long Beach one. Do you know the story?
No.
So the Long Beach State coach got fired.
Dan Monson.
Yeah, got fired, but was allowed to finish the season. They won their conference tournament. So he's still coaching. And it was like, he even said yesterday at a presser, he's like, I'm in a Seinfeld episode essentially right now, It's just like he's just doing whatever at this point.
And how much egg on the face does the athletic director have at Long Beach State?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's where I'm like, could that be a team that all of a sudden wins a couple games?
I hope they do.
I hope
they do.
It'd screw up my bracket.
He's making himself some money wherever he goes next.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan, what's his history? That guy seems familiar to me for being, I don't know, around this area or where he coached before. But he's certainly making himself some money. There are going to be some schools that are going to be after him.
Well, he coached in Minnesota, the Gophers, for
a
few years.
All right.
So,
okay. I know he's a familiar name, but he's riding the catbird seat. He says, I saw that press conference or saw part of it. And he says, I don't have to answer any of your questions. He says, because I don't have a job.
Yep. Yeah.
So good for him.
That would be the one, I guess I wouldn't be totally surprised.
That would have to be the fairy tale of fairy tales.
Mm-hmm.
If he can win a game or two.
Especially if it's Arizona.
Oh, jeepers, yes.
But, going back to the UConn one, you're right. You look at their region for the number one overall seed. They got Iowa State. I feel, Iowa State, there was some talk, should they be a one seed heading into it? So, you get the top two seed, essentially, I think, in my opinion. You get Illinois as your 3 in that bracket, who just won the Big Ten championship. A lot of people love Auburn, and they're a 4 seed in this one. A lot of people think Auburn can go to the Final Four. So you got the defending champ UConn. I don't know if they're trying to make it tougher on UConn because they view them as the clear-cut number 1 team in the country and don't want a back-to-back champion or something like that. But UConn's going to earn it.
Do you think there is a definitive number 1 team in the country? I don't. I don't think. I mean, Connecticut is number 1. Somebody's got to be number 1. But I mean, I don't think there's a definitive number 1.
I think UConn, if UConn to me is 1, North Carolina, I'm just, that's the one a lot of people were kind of wondering if they were who's gonna be that last 1 seed. We've talked about Purdue how many times over there.
Yeah.
Houston, I'll be honest. I mean, Samson over there and such, but Houston, I don't know a whole lot about Houston.
I've watched them play a couple of times. They're very athletic and very good. But, any of those teams get hot, they could be the definitive number 1 team. And, somebody's got to be number 1 at the time. And Connecticut is now. Purdue losing in the tournament to Wisconsin cost them. But I think this is a wide open tournament, more so than in many, many years.
The South region, where Houston is the 1, this is the word I keep using to describe it, but I think that's the spiciest region because you've got Houston as your 1, Marquette's your 2, your 3rd is Kentucky, 4th is Duke, and then 5 is Wisconsin. Think about all those 5 teams at some point were all ranked in the top 10 this season.
If Wisconsin wins, they'd probably get Duke the second game.
Yes. Yeah. But you look at those 5, and it's like, if they're all playing at their peaks that they were at a certain point in the season, that's a spicy region potentially there.
Oh yeah, it's going to be, as always, it's going to be a fun tournament. There'll be the upsets, and there'll be some of the blue bloods are going to go home early.
I think Kansas is going to be one of those.
Oh, Kansas, definitely. They're hurt. They're injured.
Yep.
I think, and why I say this and watch them go on a run, Kentucky is they're kind of a Jekyll and Hyde team. They,
a lot of teams in that region are in that region. Wisconsin, we don't know. Duke's kind of been off and on there a little bit too. So I don't know.
They're still young kids, and they're emotional, and this is where the coach really earns his money, to keep them all going in the right direction and using the right kind of a program to win the game. So it's always fun to watch.
I think so.
There'll be some blowouts that you don't expect. There'll be some nail biters you don't expect. And, Long Beach State is definitely that fairy tale team that people are hoping can make it.
I think South Carolina is going to be a sneaky team. They're a 6th seed in this, and with what Lamont Paris has done over there, and the SEC and the job he's done as a 6th seed, I think they could be a sneaky team that squeaks in there.
Yeah, there are probably a lot of them that will be, and it'll just be a fun tournament to watch. But again, by the end of the first day, nobody will have a perfect bracket. Isn't that something?
Well, some may have it after the first one. It's going to be some unknown person out there that'll have, like, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they keep track of it and, kind of confirm it, but guarantee you when we get to the Elite 8 or Sweet 16, somebody's going to have this weird double-digit team that nobody expected. Oh, no, Johnny Joe did, picked both Long Beach and South Dakota State to get in there. So,
and that's by luck only.
Yep.
And they'll have 40 other games picked wrong, but they'll get a lot of notoriety because they picked, like you said, South Dakota State or whoever. But how'd the rest of your bracket look? Well, not very good.
Yeah.
But that's what's fun about it.
So, how about which 1 seed do you think is going to be the first to lose? North Carolina or Purdue?
I think it's going to be North Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't know who they're playing, but
they got Wagner, and then they would play the winner of Mississippi State or Michigan State if they beat Wagner.
Well,
and then Purdue, if they beat Grambling State, would play either Utah State or TCU. And Utah State's not bad this year either. There's some people thinking they could be.
Who did UConn play?
UConn plays Stetson, and then they play either FAU or Northwestern. And then Houston would play Nebraska or Texas A&M.
Boy, I don't know.
There's some interesting 8-9 matchups, isn't there?
Yeah, there really are, and I don't know. I don't know which one I would pick to go down. I've said before that I don't think Purdue can go very far because of the guard play. They don't. I don't think they're strong enough outside with Smith and Lawyer out there. They're good players, but I'm not sure if they can keep up with the speed and the athletic ability of some of these other teams in their guard play.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say Purdue is going to be the first one out.
And
I'd like the Big Ten to be successful, but
yeah, 3 of the 4 8-9 matchups have Big Ten teams in them: Nebraska, Michigan State, and who was the other one? Where'd it go? Northwestern. So 3 of those 4 matchups. But yeah, I think it's gonna be North Carolina. That'll be the first one to lose. I don't know why. I feel like Purdue.
it's Purdue or North Carolina are the two that I would choose from, and I'm waffling back and forth, but I think
This is where now I just
watch UConn will get beat right away.
Yeah, this is where I get stuck in my head so much and I start to overthink everything.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's like, oh, okay, well, Kansas is, the 4 seed, so Purdue probably looks out a little bit there, even though Kansas wasn't playing the greatest, but now their top scorer's out. Could their biggest threat be maybe Creighton or Tennessee went to the Final Four? And
don't shut your eyes on either one of those two teams, Creighton or Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
They're both pretty darn good.
Yep. So, all right, it's a wonderful time of year, though, right?
Oh, it is
Absolutely
great time of year.
Let's
same way with the women. Who do you think
I went South Carolina and Iowa. I kind of went chalk with that one, but
for the championship game?
Yep. Yeah.
I don't think I was going to get there.
They got a tough one. They got LSU in their same region, which kind of stinks, for a rematch.
It does. And again, in these committees, what are they thinking? I don't know. But I don't think I watched Iowa. Caitlin Clark, they're too weak.
I'm going with the Cinderella ending of a career over there. She gets back to the championship, but doesn't win the championship. So
yeah, I hope she does, because obviously she's changed. She's changed. She's been the men and women combined. She's been the theme of college basketball this year.
Mm-hmm.
She's been the headline.
Let me see where the favorites are really quick before we take a break. For the women's side.
Well, it's got to be
South Carolina. I would imagine is probably going to be.
I think UConn's going to sneak up on somebody.
So I'm looking at the analysts on CBS Sports. They've got South Carolina, Iowa, LSU. Come on, load up the other ones. Well, that's where their brackets are at right now. Those are the winners for their CBS Sports analysts.
I'm closing my eyes on UConn.
South Carolina, USC. I know USC's been getting some talk too.
Yeah, they have. That gal, it's JJ.
She's a freshman, right?
Yeah, JJ, whatever her name is.
Mm-hmm.
She's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. So, all right, those are, again, South Carolina is the favorite. Then it's kind of sprinkled in elsewhere over there. So, all right, let's take a quick break and we'll talk a little baseball here. We are 1 week away from the Brewers home opener, but today is a big day for their spring training game. We'll tell you why coming up in just a few minutes. Movie number 5 as part of the Mycon Cinemas Spring Kids movie series, partnering up with Backyard Dreams. Field of Dreams coming up Saturday and Sunday. The Mycon Cinemas location at Oakwood Mall, just $3 admission.
Great
$2
movie.
popcorn. It is $2 popcorn, $2 sodas. So if you got nothing going on this weekend and you want to catch a movie, maybe you never got to check it out at a theater when it first came out. Field of Dreams this weekend. And again, big thanks to Mycon Cinemas for partnering up with Backyard Dreams for that. So
Shovel the driveway and go to the movie.
yep, definitely. All right. Speaking of baseball, we got a week from today is the Brewers opening day, but it is also kind of an important spring training day game because this is the first time we're going to see Wade Miley pitch in a spring training game. Wade Miley's been dealing with some shoulder soreness. Brewers have been cautious with him given his injury history. This is why we always say if you can get like 120 innings out of Wade Miley in a season, you take that almost any day of the week here. So he is going to pitch today. He's slated as the starter, if you will. Still a little bit of an unknown whether he's going to be a part of the opening day roster, like that first run through the rotation there. But nonetheless, it's going to be an important day. And I think, obviously they're going to see how he comes out of this, how he's feeling and such. But nonetheless, I know spring training games, we don't look too much into them. I'm not to say they're not important or anything like that, but this is a big one for Wade Miley to not only go in there and kind of work on his stuff and that, but hopefully he comes out of this with no issues because I think right now, if you are a Brewers fan, the last thing you want to hear is another pitcher with shoulder soreness at this point, whether it's Brandon Woodruff or even Devin Williams with the back. I mean, whenever you hear shoulder soreness or elbow stuff with pitcher, I don't care how much they want to try to downplay it. It makes me nervous every single time.
Well, it has to because that arm is their livelihood.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what spring training is all about is, the thing is, you don't go to spring training to get in shape. You should be in shape to get there when you get there and then work on the things that are going to make you a better performer during the season. I mean, that's not the time to get on there and work on your wind and work on your running and all that sort of stuff. You should be doing that all during the off season. As much money as you get paid, you don't have to have another job. So take care of yourself and get yourself in shape. It's a year-round job now. So hopefully that's what they're using this day with Wade Miley is to really let him throw and see what kind of response he gives the trainers is how does my shoulder, how's my elbow, how's all this stuff feel? That's what spring training is all about. So hopefully it sounds like they're using it in the right way.
Yeah. So hopefully he comes out of this because or comes out of as positive. If he doesn't and there's long-term issues with that, then you really look at that starting rotation and you kind of
Nervously.
yes, I was just going to say you got to be pretty nervous about it. I mean, you got Freddie at the top, but then you're counting a lot on Colin Ray, who we at this point last year we didn't know who the heck that guy was.
Mm-mm.
And then you got DL Hall coming over from the Corbin Burns trade. It's probably going to be some growing pains over there too. Joe Ross is another veteran that's trying to make a career comeback. We don't know a whole lot about him, so yeah, you're pretty nervous at that point, I would imagine, with the rotation then. So hopefully, fingers crossed, he's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It just, it's such a swinging story. It just goes from, oh, we got look at our rotation. We got a good rotation. Now we don't have a closer. Now we got a guy with shoulder injury. Now we got a guy with elbow injury. Now you don't have a starting rotation. So, it really is when it comes to pitching, really is it's a feast or famine type of situation.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people, a lot of fans, we do it to, make a big deal about who's going to be on the opening day roster. And for a lot of those guys, it is a big deal, for the younger guys who, just to say they made an opening day roster, it is a big deal. Managers and teams try to downplay it a little bit, because you can instantly change the roster after the next day. But it's to say that you made the opening day roster for a player is a big deal. And for the most part, what the roster we see on opening day is, maybe outside of a couple guys here or there, but it's mostly the roster they feel like is going to be the best roster for them to win, this season. And I think we're a week away, and we know the main guys that are going to be on there. We know Jackson's on the opening day roster, Jackson Cheerio. But then you look at, okay, how many other outfielders now? Because you got Sal Frelick, who, the question is do they view him as kind of like an everyday starting third baseman where they can put into a rotation there? And if that's the case, how does that affect how many other outfielders you keep on there? Because you got Yelich, he's going to be on there. Okay, Yelich, Jackson Cheerio. Then it's like Garrett Mitchell, Joey Weimer, Blake Perkins, who is a plus defender over there. So you look at this, there's, to me, especially when it comes to the outfielders, it's kind of an unknown at this point. We know two for sure. That's Jackson and Yelich. We know Sal Frelick's going to be there, but are they going to view him now mostly as an infielder that can play outfield, or is it still outfielder that can play infield?
Again, that's what spring training is for. Hopefully they get a few of these things done. I was watching a game the other day, and there was Joey Weimer batting, and I thought, what are they going to do with him this year?
Mm-hmm.
He played an awful lot of baseball last summer for the Brewers. Doesn't look like he's going to get near that much playing time this year, at least early on, until we get to injuries and who gets hot, who's not, this, that, and the other. I don't know. It's they got a lot of questions to answer. They got a lot of potential upside.
Yeah, Murphy just called Weimer a hidden jewel the other day.
Yeah, I think too. I think that's what they say. But where's he going to play?
Right.
I mean, he can go get it in the outfield, no question about it. And you watch him in the batter's box, and sometimes you think, no, he's got it. Then he gets on a streak that he doesn't have it. So if he get more consistent offensively, he would be that hidden jewel that a lot of people are overlooking.
And that's the thing too, is like, okay, keep all these guys, but especially with the young guys, I want them to get action too. So is it going to be beneficial for them to, okay, you're on the roster, but you're going to be on the bench, or to be more beneficial for them to go down to AAA and continue to play and continue to improve their game?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for that, because there's no substitute for actual playing time. I mean, you can watch and you can watch and you can watch, but you got to play.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get better. You got to play to get better. You got to face live pitching. You got to be in the outfield. You got to be in the field. You just have to be able to do it to get better. You don't get better on the bench.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's where the other part in this whole thing too is like, they got a lot of good young talent, but are you improving that young talent by just keeping them on the bench and, getting a pinch hit or a start here or there where they could be playing every day at AAA? Because that's the thing. These guys, if they go down AAA, they're playing every day. They're going to be the everyday players over there.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think there's, AAA to the majors. These guys are going to be back up and down all year long. It's going to be interesting to see, though, how many Murphy wants to keep of these young players on the major league roster and how many he wants to go down, what his thoughts are. He hasn't said much about it yet that I've heard anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what the opening day roster is, how many of these young guys are on the roster, and how many of them are in the starting lineups.
Yeah. And he said that the Sal Frelick thing, quote, one of the best stories in baseball. I mean, it's quite the praise to throw that out there. And I know we've talked about Pat Murphy, and he's a little bit more open and quotable so far out there. We'll see if it is, but that's not an experiment. It's a real thing. Sal Frelick playing the infield this year.
That's for sure. Has Keston Hiura found a job yet?
He signed I think it was the Tigers was a minor league deal. This was about a month ago or so.
Because he was one of those young guys who was up and down and up and down, and I'm sure he felt, do they want me? Do they not want me? And it was his was kind of a, I don't know, sad story, but an inconsistent story, and for the potential he had. But I wish him well. I hope he can find his niche and get in the major leagues.
Yeah, because when he can hit, he can hit.
Yes, he can.
No doubt about it. So, but yeah, maybe you're looking at that infield too. That might be the biggest one there too. The Sal Frelick one is the domino, that kind of falls there, because you got Ortiz, who also came in from the Corbin Burns trade, who is probably going to be the future shortstop, but he's such a plus defender. Do you want him on your roster because of that defense, or again, the AAA continue to get work down there and maybe get more consistent at the plate? It's tough decisions coming up here, because they've already said Bryce Strang's the opening day starter, so that's one already there.
All right.
At second. So,
Well, I would imagine it won't be long, and we're going to know the starting lineup. Pat Murphy's going to say, "Here's my opening day lineup."
Yeah, he's already did it with Terang. Freddie Peralta's there.
Yep.
Jackson Cheerios made the opening day roster. I got to imagine he's probably going to start.
I would think so.
Yeah.
You don't keep him on the roster if you don't on the major league roster if you're not going to play him.
Right. And I'm assuming maybe at center. Could be wrong. Maybe it's right. I don't know. But he's on the opening day roster, so I would imagine he's going to be a starter. We know Yelich is going to be there. Reese is probably going to be first or DH. Thing is, Brewers might be carrying 3 catchers. They may be forced to carry 3 catchers right now because Contreras, then you signed Sanchez, but Eric Haas has just been lightening it up in spring training.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, it's like you can't. I mean, you move on from some teams going to pick him up because he's been just having an amazing spring training right now. But that's a good problem to have, right?
Well, it sure is.
I don't know how they're going to.
And Sanchez, what's he going to contribute? I think he can potentially contribute a lot because he's had some good years in the major leagues. And it's just been the last couple of years that he's kind of found some hard times. But I think his bat could be potentially a difference maker.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do some receiver defer. First up, though, we got to take our final break in the second hour, and I just thought of receiver defer, too. So look at me finally contributing for receiver defer. So
all
right. So let's do a quick break. Come on. Smudges on the screen. Let's take a quick break, and we'll finish up with some receiver defer coming up in just a couple minutes. Tired of those aches and pains that you've been holding off on getting checked out? Don't put it off any longer. Reduce your pain and enjoy the ease of your daily activities with the help from Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine are your leaders in orthopedic, brain, and spine care. So whether you are an athlete or just have an aching joint, they can help you out. Just visit cvosm.com to get started. Let's finish up the second hour here with some receive or defer. Receive or defer, intern. There are more question marks surrounding the Brewers pitching than actually the Brewers offense, a change from the last couple of years as we get ready for opening day.
Well, I've got to receive that because I think, too, getting rid of Corbin Burns, Woodruff on the sideline, Miley's shoulder problems, Williams in the bullpen. Yeah, there's a lot more questions than I think the offense. I think whether or not, I mean, you're asking about questions. The pitching aspect is more than the offense. We know who the offense is. We just don't know how they're going to perform.
Mhm.
You got questions about that. Who's going to lead off and where are they going to put Yelich in that lineup, and who's going to be the DH. But I think the pitching is more questions right now than the rest of the offense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would receive that too. No doubt about it. I got a golf one, unless you got a baseball one to go next, or
Nope.
all right. Receiver defer. Scotty Scheffler will win 2 majors this year because I'm starting to get in the Masters mood right now. Saw John Rahm's menu and such. So
I'm going to receive that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to receive that because, I tried to watch, and I said this a week or so ago, I tried to watch some of that live golf, and there doesn't seem like there's any competition there. I mean, you're playing for teams plus individual, but it's such a convoluted mess as far as an observer of it is concerned. Yeah, they got great players over there. They got Koepka and they've got John Rahm and, a few others, but I just don't know how prepared that makes them for real competition where you're playing 4 rounds
Mm-hmm.
and you're playing mano a mano. You don't have teams that, well, if I bogeyed that, but my other teammate got a birdie, so we're in good shape. I think it's a different mindset, and I think Scotty Scheffler, he's good. My pick almost came true.
Yeah,
Xander Schauffele.
That ending though, man. Yeah. Oh, what a heartbreak for Harmon.
That was right around. Yeah, boy.
Literally, when you slow it down, it goes in and then pops out.
Well, Wyndham Clark, that putt.
Or Clark, yeah, Clark, not Harmon. Clark, yeah,
that putt. Yeah. But Harmon was right in it too.
Yeah,
but yeah,
man alive.
I know it.
I think Scotty Scheffler right now is easily the best golfer in the game. He is on such a roll right now, especially this year.
Oh yeah.
I think I looked at the numbers on Monday. He's played 7 events and 6 of the 7. He's finished in the top 10. All events, top 25. He's already got a couple wins.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to receive that. I think he wins a couple this year.
And I don't know how many of these live players are coming back. I know Rahm will come back. Sergio has won the tournament, so he'll come back. I don't know Brooks Koepka or Chambeau or any of these.
Still playing in the Masters?
Are they going to play in the Masters? I don't know. Mm-hmm. They've never won it, but they're coming back. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think Scotty's got to be an early favorite to win the Masters. I would imagine at this point.
I would think and receiver defer. Where do you put Rory? You put Rory at better than 10-1 to win the Masters?
Do they got some odds yet?
I don't know, but
Tiger will be there. By the way, that was revealed yesterday.
But is he going to play or just going to?
No, he's going to be there. He's on the field list.
Oh, he is.
Yep, he's in the field. So
receiver deferred. Tiger will play maybe 2 rounds, and I'm not talking about his score. I'm talking about his physical abilities to walk that course, which is pretty rough walking.
I'll say receive. I think he will.
You don't think he'll make more than 2 rounds?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Rory and Scotty right now are the odds-on favorites for the Masters. Plus 750 for both. John Rahm's 3rd, Victor Hovland's 4th. Brooks Koepka's 5th listed on here. So where's Tiger's odds? They got him on here.
I mean, you talk about one guy that has really dropped off completely as far as the golf radar right now, or a couple of guys really that dropped off the golf radar. Bryson DeChambeau and Cam Smith.
Oh, Cam Smith, yeah.
I mean, I watched him play. He beat Rahm in the Tournament of Champions over at Kapalua a couple of years ago. he went 34 under. Rahm went 33 under. Where is he? He's playing live, and nobody knows who he is or what he's doing. I mean, and those guys have got plenty of money. They're not, they're playing for the money is what they're playing for, and I can't say I blame them for that kind of money. But as far as golf immortality or whatever it may be, they've given that away.
Tiger's almost got half the odds that Phil has. So Tiger's coming in at plus 7,500. Phil Mickelson's plus 13,000 for the Masters.
Boy, you talk about a guy that's gone from the top of the heap as far as fan appeal.
Yeah.
To, nobody cares if he plays now or not.
Yeah. And that's towards the bottom of some of these odds right here. So, but you know what? I guarantee you they're probably going to do it because they did it last time. They will have a Tiger hole for the Masters coverage. When we're talking about the first day, guarantee you on Masters.com they're going to have a hole dedicated just if he's in the morning, following Tiger around.
Oh yeah, well he's still
moves the needle.
You're exactly right.
So, what do you got?
All right, I'm going to go back to I'm going to grind this gear, and people are going to say, "Doesn't he ever get off this?" I don't, because what brought it to my attention was, what's the conversation now? NCAA football, NCAA basketball, as far as the tournaments and the playoffs.
What's the conversation? Is a transfer portal right now?
Well, no, but I mean, no, as far as the tournaments themselves, expansion.
Oh, yeah.
Expansion. Receiver defer, the WIAA. Here's my gears to grind. The WIAA should relook at restricting the state basketball tournaments as they have, as others are expanding. Why are others expanding? Because there's a popularity. And what has the WIAA done as far as restricting the tournament? They've taken away 4 big teams. Where are the big teams? From the major population areas. What's the interest on the big cities of Green Bay, Madison? No team in the tournament. Eau Claire, no team in the tournament. I mean, you're looking at major population areas that don't have any interest in this tournament anymore because there are teams that aren't going to get there from these big cities. I mean, taking nothing away from, Cochrane, Fountain City or some of these, but there's only a few people in Cochrane, Fountain City. You don't have the appeal of the viewership that you have when you've got more eyes from more of the bigger cities and towns in Wisconsin where their teams are there. I think it's this last tournament, to me, I saw no interest in it at all. Really and truly. There was not much interest. I mean, it's statewide. I'd like to see what the ratings are. But why? And the WIAA is cutting out the major population areas in the state of Wisconsin by only having 4 Division I teams. And I think they should look at expansion as well, getting back to 8 in the state tournament. Why is the NCAA looking at it?
Yeah, I've talked to a couple of people who cover them, and one of them said they've come around to that idea of, yes, expanding it and bringing it back to what it was, the Thursday morning sessions, where you had those.
I hope so, because they're just, and I talked to some people who've been at the tournaments, and they said, it used to be to secure a ticket for a decent seat. That was a pretty good coup.
Well, heck, I remember.
Now you can get a seat anywhere.
I remember people trying to scalp tickets outside there.
Yeah. And now you can, it's not the same. And
I
think the WIA, and I don't know, the board of control, the people that are running the board, it's run by a lot of smaller schools now. They got the majority on there, but they've got to look at expanding that tournament. I just don't think you can continue by eliminating the major cities. And that's with only 4 Division I teams. That's what you're doing. I don't have any problem having the other schools in these tournaments, but you can't eliminate the majority of eyes in the state. I mean, you look at Milwaukee, well, they had Homestead, Arrowhead in there, but they didn't have any, much for Milwaukee at all. Smaller schools you did. Well, they're the smaller schools for a reason, because there aren't many people around there. So I think that's something the WIA should. So receiver defer, the WIA should look seriously at putting Division I back to 8 schools to expand it for interest.
Yes.
All right, good. Well, that was a long way around.
Yeah, I was going to say. Where was the what school was he was a Division II one, the Duke commit. He was at the state tournament playing. I can't remember the kid's
I don't
name.
know. I don't remember.
Somebody help me out here if you remember. But yeah,
Yeah, I remember. I remember watching part of that game, and they talked about the Duke commit. I'm trying to think what school that was.
Yeah, I
St. Thomas
blanked.
More, was it?
Maybe.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I see that there was a Duke commit in there.
Yep. All right, what else you got?
All right, from just watching the game last night, the Bucks game, receiver to fur. Would you rather have receiver to fur? I would rather have Jason Tatum on my team than Damian Lillard. I mean, I'd be happy with either one, but
do I still have Giannis?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So
I'm
you're
talking
saying
about the
switching those two.
Bucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're switching those two.
Yeah.
That's tough. I think Tatum's one of the most underrated players in the
I do
league, to be
too.
honest with
I
you.
do too.
Because
He can do an awful lot.
I just saw a clip from First Take with Mad Dog, Chris Russo, and Stephen A. And they were actually talking about Tatum. And Mad Dog said Tatum wasn't a top 8, I believe.
He wasn't?
No, and they went through the players. Maybe he said not even top 10, and they went through the list of players, and I'm like, ooh, that's a tough one. They were going through some of the players, and I'm like, KD and LeBron, some of the old Steph Curry, and I'm like,
Oh,
I think I'd take Tatum.
I'd take him in a minute over
Yeah.
Steph Curry now.
I'm like, yeah.
I'd take him over LeBron now.
I think he kind of gets underrated a little bit.
Oh, a lot.
So I don't know if it's just because he plays on Boston, and I don't know, but boy,
I just watch him play, and he can do so much. He can handle the
can.
ball, he can rebound, he can shoot, he can pass, he can play defense.
And it's like
He's
when he's
just a
on
smart player.
and when he's on from 3, it's like you're not going to slow it down.
No.
Yeah, and maybe I'm having flashbacks from last year's or 2 years ago playoff series where it was just like lights out from 3. It was just like, geez, Louise, come on now. So
I think he would make Giannis unbelievably better.
yeah,
I really do.
Man, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it is a
very
tough.
tough
I mean, Damian.
one.
There's nothing wrong with Damian Lillard. I'm
Yeah.
not putting Damian Lillard down in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But if I had my choice, I would
go a little younger too.
Yeah, I would take Jason Tatum right now.
Boy, yeah,
I mean, it's a tough one. You're not going to lose either way.
No, I might have.
I think there's just more upside to Jason Tatum.
Yeah, he's been 7 years, but he just turned 26 or so, so he's still incredibly young.
Oh
too. Yeah, man. All right,
we're done already. Oh man, I'm just getting warmed up.
Oh, we'll do some more. We got another hour, man. So, all right, quick break. We'll be back after these news updates for the 3rd hour in just a couple of minutes. All right, third and final hour kicking off right now. We're just a little over 3 hours away from the first game of the tournament today. Michigan State taking on Mississippi State. Things are getting a little interesting now, though. It looks like in this this baseball game between the Dodgers and the Padres. So the Padres jumped out to an early big lead. It is now 12-9, though. Padres.
A
So,
real pitching duel. Where are they? In South Korea? Or?
yeah, the Seoul series over there. So,
Okay,
but
good for them.
yeah. Thanks to Ben. He was the first one texted. It was Con Kneppel from Wisconsin Lutheran. The
Wisconsin Lutheran. Okay,
yeah, the Duke commit. So appreciate that.
Yeah, I did
Ben.
see that kid play, and he looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any more receiver defers you wanted to get to over there?
I had one more here. All right, we were talking early in the program about Chris Middleton and receiver defer. This is Middleton, really and truly, for playing purposes. This is Middleton's last hurrah for a championship with
the Bucks.
Well, I think he'll be with the Bucks, but I don't.
Okay.
But I mean, the last physically and involvement with the Bucks. This is his last go round or last hurrah to win a championship with the Bucks. I mean, as a
member of the Bucks, or
no, as a real important cog.
Oh, okay, like a top 3 guy.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll defer because I think he's got another year. I just think financially they have to have him for another year. So,
well, I think financially, but I'm talking about physically.
Mm-hmm.
You think he can hold together? I don't think he can hold together for another year. I think if he's healthy now, he's got to go for it, and they've got to go for it with him because I don't think you can count on him physically next year.
Yeah, I'll say one more. I'll go one more.
Okay.
So,
that about does it.
That about does it for you for receiver defer. Okay. So, that was a play from earlier. Yeah. Can you imagine if the Padres lose the lead again in this game? Jeez, man. That'd be whatever.
Long flight home.
Right?
Yeah.
Holy cow. So we got just kind of going through some of the text a little bit earlier when we asked for your national championship picks. Majority is going UConn with this thing. Do have a couple Purdue picks and a couple of Houston picks on there. Do have a couple, it looks like Arizona, one Iowa State pick on there. And then a couple of Tennessee ones, it looks like too. So, but majority right now, UConn is where shouldn't say everybody, majority is at. So
I don't think Purdue's going to be the last Big Ten team standing.
Ooh. Who's that?
Well, no, I'm not sure who it is, but I think Illinois has got a shot if they can keep Hawkins' head on straight.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a lot of talent, but every once in a while he gets like a whirling dervish out there, and you don't know what he's going to do.
Well, if that Waupun kid can just back down people like he did in Wisconsin against Klesman.
And again, I'm going nuts in that game. Guard, go to his zone, stop him and Stafford, the other guard, from penetrating. And you win, and you got a lot. I mean, they were so close for so long, but anyway. But I think Illinois got a shot. They got some big guys in there, but they got a chance. Nebraska, I think Nebraska is so they're either really good or they're not very good, and I don't know if they can sustain that for 6 games.
So you got Illinois at 3. If they were to win, they would face the winner between probably BYU. Is it Duquesne?
Duquesne.
Is that how you say Duquesne?
Duquesne.
Okay. Wow. There you go. That's my Thursday morning there.
But I think Illinois has got a better chance of getting further along than Purdue.
That might not be a bad pick there. I don't think that's it's.
But it's
now
all
I'm overthinking this again.
Yeah. Now, that's what I mean. It's all over. But I mean, just my first impression, looking at the Big Ten teams that are in there, and who knows, is Izzo going to be able to work some magic? I don't think he's got enough talent to do that this year.
Yeah,
he had to struggle to get the team into the tournament. There was talk late in the season whether or not Michigan State was going to make it, and they did kind of turn it around and have some good games, and they did make it. Obviously, hopefully they'll keep winning. I hope all the Big Ten teams keep winning and winning and winning.
Yeah, that's more money for the conference.
Well, it is. Too, and it's more prestige, and you get better players in the conference.
So if Purdue's in a national championship, you could cheer for them?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Marquette's in the national championship. I can cheer for them too.
Mm-hmm. What if it was Ohio State or Minnesota?
Oh, I'd cheer for them.
Interesting. Okay.
No, I'm not. I want my team to beat them when we're playing them. And I want a lot of teams to beat Ohio State every chance they get. But I have no problem, rooting for a team like that.
Now, what if it was the Vikings in the Super Bowl? That's the NFC North.
Yeah, I could root for the Vikings. I mean, because the guy I feel the most sorry for in the Vikings whole over the years,
Brandon
Bud Grant.
Oh, Bud Grant, yeah.
I mean, this guy. Well, fan. I don't have any feelings for the fans. I mean, you're a fan. That's fine. But Bud Grant deserved better. They had teams that, when they lost to Kansas City in that third Super Bowl or whatever. I mean, there's no reason they should have lost that game. Now, did he not prepare? Were the players not ready to play? I don't know. But I feel sorriest that Bud Grant never got a ring, because I think he deserved to have a ring. And his guys just kind of let him down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. See, I can't. I would never. I can't. I'm too much of a.
Well, it wouldn't break my heart if they got there and lost.
Well, I can't cheer for them. That's why
I'll tell you, a lot of jokes wouldn't be usable anymore.
Well, no.
What do you call a Minnesota Viking with a Super Bowl ring? A thief.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. See, and this is where for Hutsy, like, he wanted the Lions to win this year because he felt bad they've never had one.
I got to admit, I didn't root for the Lions.
So then he had this weird comment the other day. He's like, Dad, if I ever get drafted by the Lions, I'm going to play really hard so they try to win their first Super Bowl. He's like,
my older brother got drafted by the Detroit Lions.
Did he?
Yeah.
Was that
back in 1960, 66 or 7?
Is that the one that holds the record? Was it fumble recoveries?
No, that's another brother.
That's another brother?
Yeah,
okay.
That's a different brother.
I was talking to our boys from Cabin Coffee that you had a couple brothers that played for the Badgers. And I thought one of them was holds the record for
most fumbles recovered in a year. Yeah.
Was he a defensive?
He was a linebacker.
Linebacker? Okay. So
he was Mike.
What happened to you? You got two guys. I mean, come on now.
Well, that was funny because I had him with me one time, and I was, driving around, and farmers, dairy farmers, any farmer looks at the world a little differently, and they get out of the car, and I introduce them to them, and they're big boys, like shaking hands with bears, their hands are so big and everything. And the one farmer looked at me and he says, you must have got the dry quarter growing up. They got the quarter of the cow that had milk in it, and I got the dry quarter. As only a farmer can say. You must have, and I'm 6'5", 200 and some pounds, but they're just big boys.
Yeah. Did he go play at all, like preseason or camp?
He did. He was there, and he hurt his back, and the doctors told him, and of course the Lions would have no part of him then. The doctor said, you can keep playing, but with your situation with your back, you could be crippled, paralyzed. He said, well, I got a lot of life to live. So he kind of gave it up, but he got drafted by the Lions. Nice. It's
a cool thing to say, right?
It is. Yeah.
Because hardly anybody else can say
but that's when the draft was like 20 rounds. They got drafted, it was the 15th or 16th round. So he wasn't a high draft choice, but
still,
he got drafted. Yeah. That's kind of neat.
That's a cool story. I did not know that one. Yeah. Did not know that one. So now I really wonder what the heck happened to you.
I got the dry quarter. with one farmer summed it all up in a hurry.
Well, you might have to. These boys might want to talk to you later on today. Get a little history with it. They both play for the Badgers too?
Oh yeah,
both played for the Badgers.
Both multiple year starters and multiple year letterman.
Nice.
Yeah, the youngest one with the fumble. He played with Dennis Lick, Billy Merrick, Greg Bolig.
Okay.
In that era.
Okay.
So he was with those teams.
Was that the 7?
In this he graduated from high school in 1970, so the early 70s. Yeah.
So it would have been after Webster, Mike Webster?
Well, he was a roommate with Mike Webster
was he?
as freshman. Okay. Yeah, they roomed together as freshmen.
Okay.
And he said, I can only take one semester with that guy. I had to get out. He was, he'd pump iron all the time and read the Bible and tell you about the Bible. And yet he was pumping and, even back then doing some things that weren't the best for your body.
Yeah.
he said the guy was so driven in everything he did and so intense that, that's why he became one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
But it's also why he's part of the reason he's not with us today. You know,
Mhm.
it just there's a trade-off and a payoff and whatever, but colorful people, that's for sure.
So it sounds like he fit perfectly with the steel curtain in Pittsburgh with that personality.
Oh yeah, and I remember
Yeah.
talking to Terry Bradshaw one time at Terry Bradshaw was in Madison at World Dairy Expo, and he was walking around talking to the media, and then he was done for a while. I went over and talked to him. I said, "What did you think about Mike Webster?" And because he was the center for Bradshaw, and Webby, he says Webby, and he talked about I never felt in danger with him being the center in front of me. I always knew he was going to do his job, and he always did his job.
Mm-hmm.
But he had some enemies,
Inner demons.
inner demons, and things like that. He said one of the great guys and one of the greatest players ever. But I didn't go into a lot of detail, and I didn't expect him to. But he said he had his challenges, from within.
Because didn't Bradshaw at his Hall of Fame call up Webster to at the speech say one more snap or something like that?
I believe it. Yeah,
yeah.
Like, I mean, he thought the world of Mike Webster, and he knew Mike Webster was, focused all the time on football. That what he was all about was football, football, football.
Mm-hmm.
And how he got there, maybe a lot of people wouldn't agree with, but he did what he did, and he's unfortunately not with us anymore. But but one of the best ever.
Yep.
From Rhinelander, right here in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, you think about it. I was kind of doing something the other day, just kind of looking back at older stuff, and there's a lot of connection with Wisconsin players way back. NFL, even like I would like to know if the connection in the early 20s and that a lot of Wisconsin high school football players went to Notre Dame to play.
Yeah.
There's a lot of connections with that. I mean, Gus Ray's being one of them.
Oh yeah.
And Chippewa Falls.
Yeah.
Jim Crowley was from Green Bay, one of the Four Horsemen, who ended up being Vince Lombardi's college coach at Fordham.
Mm-hmm.
But he went to Notre Dame. Lambeau for a hot minute went to Notre Dame.
We had we had great high school football players out of Wisconsin. That's why Barry Alvarez came in and said, we're going to put a wall around the state. We're going to keep them here, which he did for a lot of it. And then he, spiced it, salted it in with, the running backs from out east or wherever he could get them, and this, that, and the other thing. And but the core of his teams were linemen from Wisconsin and linebackers and tight ends and, people like that, and then he'd bring in another great lineman from all over. Well, Ferrario comes in here, and Joe Panos was from Pennsylvania. So he, you start with your base and then you work out in football, at least. And we've had a lot of great football players, Jim Otto from Wausau, to be all pro for the Raiders.
Yep.
And John Matusak, who played for the Raiders, was down in the Milwaukee area. And I think Ben Davidson was from Wisconsin, the old defensive end for the Raiders with a big wind-up mustache. A lot of great players from Wisconsin.
Yeah. All right, let's take a quick break here. We'll talk some more hoops, talk some more baseball coming up as well. Plus, I want to bring this up. We haven't talked a lot of NFL stuff, but I'm going to bring this up coming up here in just a sec about little Bill Belichick nugget here coming at you. So
I was just thinking about him the other day that they were talking about this, that, and the other thing in the NFL and the new things we're going to see. And we're not going to see Bill Belichick on the sidelines, especially for the Patriots. That's going to be different.
Yeah, that's we focus a lot of it on players and such, but I'm of the age. I'm trying to think of another, like, I was too young to remember when, Tom Landry got fired, but, a long time coach like that, I know Don Shula. I mean, I was a kid and all that, but ones that I really remember, Bill might be the first and last one where you're talking long time. Like, they don't do that a whole lot anymore unless you're Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. But.
Yeah. And when Tom Landry was fired, I mean, I was shocked. You thought, this is a guy that can write his own ticket.
Yeah.
He's done so well and made the Cowboys America's team. And then Jerry Jones comes in and it's all over. And Jerry Jones early on had a lot of success. It hasn't been that way recently,
Nope.
but he made that big Herschel Walker trade and changed the Cowboys.
Yep.
So, but not having Tom Landry there in that hat on the sidelines and receiver to fur. You'd like to go back to the, and I'm old school here on this thing, no question about it. But go back to the sidelines and the side of the court of these coaches in coats and ties again.
I know you mentioned that the other day. Yeah.
And I look at some of these coaches. I look at Bielema. Bielema looks like he's going to leave the game and go to a food shelter to get something to eat the way he dresses. I mean, and some of these guys, and I know a lot of them have nice pullovers and this, that, and the other thing, which is fine. But then there are some other ones that, come on, guys, look in the mirror before you go on the field. You're representing, your institution being a college or a professional organization. Act professional and look professional. And so some of them are, they just, and I do applaud Greg Gard for having a coat and tie on. And it was interesting when the Illinois team came to Madison to play, their coach put on a coat and tie for that game. And I applaud Underwood. And I thought, now that's a sign of respect for not only your opponent, but for the game. And I respected him for that.
Did you go to that game with the Howard Moore? That was the Howard Moore one.
No, I did not go. I watched it on TV. I did not go, but I saw Underwood had a coat and tie on, and I applauded him for that, and or I thought a lot of him for that. But I think some of these, even if they don't wear coat and tie, at least and Belichick has always looked like a pauper on the sidelines. But even if you don't, you think back of Bear Bryant and the houndstooth hat and his coat and tie, and you go back in time and
believe in Lombardi, right?
Yeah, Lombardi always had a coat and tie on. Phil Bankston and the rest of them. And I know the trend is different, and I don't have a problem with that. But just don't look like a bum, And Bielema is the one that sticks out to me.
Let's take a quick break, but I do want to bring up a little nugget about Belichick here too. Plus more Hoops talk. Continue to send over your picks. Final Four, National Championship. We'll be back in just a few minutes. If you're a Padres fan, I'm sorry, but it's now 12-11.
Wow, the game's got to be about over.
Bottom of the eighth, it looks like right now. So, but it could blow this one again. Jeez.
So much for the old adage: good pitching will stop good hitting.
Yeah. Holy moly. All right. So we know Bill Belichick isn't going to be coaching in the NFL this year. We know Peyton Manning's trying to get him to do something with his production company. I don't know what it is, documentary or something that's out there. But apparently, one thing that is going on out there is that he's book shopping. Bill Belichick's book shopping.
Gonna write one?
But it's going to be a business book. Would you listen to Bill Belichick when it comes to business advice? Because now I know Lombardi did like talks and all that back in the day and business stuff. But according to this, sources say the publication is more of the business variety. It's, quote, the big business imprints that are the ones meeting and bidding on it for Bill Belichick. You think Bill
I
would
don't
have
know.
some good business insight from everything we've heard and seen from him?
I don't know, depending on how he approached it, as far as maybe organization building, because obviously he's got a lot of rings and he built quite an organization there. Granted, he had Tom Brady to start with, and a lot of coaches might have been a whole lot better if they'd had Tom Brady as well. But then he did build some great defenses, the organizational structure maybe. But as far as making your organization money, I'd rather talk to Robert Kraft, the guy that owns the Patriots.
Well, and it's interesting timing. The reason I bring this up too, because of the whole, I haven't seen it, but the Dynasty documentary that's been airing about the Patriots, and a lot of it has kind of painted a negative picture on kind of some of the behind the scenes. Now, former players have come out and criticized the documentary for kind of maybe going one side with it and kind of cutting some stuff out of it, but it's kind of shown, some clips of like it maybe wasn't the greatest workplace to be at, because Bill Belichick was very demanding, and it was, that sort of. There was a clip from Rob Gronkowski. I did see this one where he was talking about where he got drafted, and he got the phone call and he got drafted, and he's at the draft and he's celebrating with his family. Anybody who's got now over the years of Rob, him and his brothers, right? They like to have fun. That whole family
Absolutely,
likes to
they
have
do.
fun. So they were doing this big huddle thing and hooting and hollering. And Rob said his phone rang, and it was the Patriots again. And the Patriots said, "Would you knock it off? Get off the stage. It's not all about you." Blah. Literally, a couple minutes after they drafted him.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I'm like, wow. And Rob's like, just get drafted and I'm already in trouble.
Knowing Gronkowski, that fits him perfectly.
Right. But it's, stuff like that is like where it was such a strangle. I know there's other ones where Gronk said, he'd pull in and he didn't want to go in, that sort of. And we've kind of wondered too, when him and Brady went to Tampa Bay, they seemed to be a little bit more relaxed and open and that sort of stuff. But, it's interesting timing where we hear like how maybe old school and tough it was at Pittsburgh. Now he might be writing a business book on or New England, excuse me.
Speaking of Gronkowski, and I love the guy, great football player. I love his personality and all the fun. But yeah, New England with Belichick never did seem the right fit, although obviously they made it work. But he every time I watch the Beverly Hillbillies, I think Jethro and Rob Gronkowski could play that role of Jethro in the Beverly Hillbillies without having to change his personality at all. I love the guy. I think he's great. He's enjoying life and he's doing some great things. He's not afraid to, have fun poked at him. Like the latest one, gal comes up and says, where did you serve? And he said, oh, I didn't serve. And this talking about this insurance, military insurance. She says, no, I bought your serve. Oh, he's on his tennis court or something. But he's not afraid to poke fun at himself. But I think if there was ever self-deprecating, if there's ever a guy that could be the next Jethro Bodine, it would be Rob Gronkowski in my mind.
I just I thought this was interesting because it's been like this whole week about this negative stuff about what it was like in that building. But at the same time, you can't argue with results.
Oh, no,
either,
that's what
right?
you're in this for, is to get results. It's the same thing with a corporation. You know, do you want to be the best like CEO, or do you want to be able to give people in your company raises, by performing? So, it's the trade-off. What do you want?
But I thought that draft story was just
Yeah, I think that's great. And I'm not surprised.
no.
Because those guys, he and his brothers, they
Yeah.
like life.
Yeah. Yeah, they like got into a huddle and all that, and they're hooting and hollering. And yeah, he said he got a phone call again, and it was the Patriots telling him to knock it off.
I haven't signed yet.
Yeah,
That's
right.
what I tell him. I haven't signed the contract yet. You don't own me yet.
Yeah, I'm just like, wow, okay.
Yeah, let them have fun. They're kids.
Yeah,
I mean, he was, what, 20, 21 years old?
probably.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're still a kid.
And I would hope that you guys, and I think this was too, there was an interesting draft that Bill talked about, that Rob did something during the draft process too, like fell asleep or something like. But obviously, you guys had an idea what he was like, and you still drafted him. So I
Yeah.
mean, come on now. But yeah, kind of interesting there.
Yeah.
So, all right, we got some more picks coming in here. We've got definitely more UConn picks winning the national championship. Got a couple of Tennessee ones on there. Iowa State is also listed on there. Oh, okay.
And all those picks that are coming in right now, you know what it just says to me? I don't care how long we watch this tournament, we have no idea who's going to win.
Yeah.
Because nobody's looking at anybody lower than the 3 or 4 seed to advance in this tournament. And it happens every year that there are more low seeds than high seeds pretty much that will advance. So, nobody's looking beyond the top seeds.
Mm-hmm.
You got to find that light in the forest, so to speak, or that that one treasure out there that nobody sees. And I don't know who it is. I'm not saying I know who it is, but it just tells me that it's still a crapshoot.
Yeah. This Padres Dodgers game, 30 total hits.
Oh boy. Well, fans are having fun.
Yeah. So they're going to the ninth. Dodgers have 3 errors in this thing too, and they've had 16 hits.
Well, they've got
that offense. You could afford to probably have 5 errors and still.
They've got a good offense there.
Yeah.
I wonder how Mookie Betts is doing playing shortstop.
He hit a home run today, this morning. So, but yeah, it's just unreal. Oh, and he hit it. Okay, he hit a RBI here in the bottom of the 8th there. 2-run RBI, it looks like. Yeah, but I don't know. If you're a Padres fan, you lose this one after jumping out to a 5-0 lead in the first, and it's the Dodgers. You'd be like, gosh, repeat again over there. So, but Brewers will have opening day week from today, even though baseball season kind of officially started yesterday and such. As we talked a little bit earlier, it's a big day in spring training for the Brewers, though, because Wade Miley's getting his first action for the first time in spring training today. So I think the biggest thing is just to make sure he comes out of it feeling good. Don't pay attention really to the numbers and such, because we don't know if he's going to be working on some pitches or what have you. I just want the guy to come out of this thing healthy and hopefully ready to go here soon. It doesn't seem like, could be wrong, that he's going to be through the first run of the rotation here. But again, this is where it's making me nervous with, you're counting on a guy to be your number 2 pitcher, but you're hoping that you can get 110, 120 innings out of him. That's putting a lot of pressure on the other 3 starters in your rotate. Well, it's putting a lot of pressure on Freddie to be your ace, but it's putting a lot of pressure on those other 3 unknowns behind him in the rotation. That's a Colin Ray. That's a DL Hall. That's a Joe Ross, guys who are trying to make career comebacks at this point.
And it puts a lot of pressure on your long relievers too. 120 innings is not very much for a starting pitcher. That tells you that this guy is really fragile. I like Wade Miley, but it told you he's really, really fragile. And I don't know how much they signed him for, but that's a lot of money for pitching 120 to 140 innings or whatever they expect to get out of him.
You almost feel like you should do a piggyback option when he's in a game or something like that to limit it. We've seen some teams do that. The Astros did it a few years ago when they won a World Series.
Yep.
You almost feel like that should be the case with Wade at some of these times, is just to piggyback it, just to try to preserve him. If you're going to do 120, can you play almost every start or be ready for almost every start?
Well, yeah, because 120 innings isn't much.
No. So
you look like an everyday player. In 2 weeks, they've got more than that in.
Who do you think is the most? Doesn't have to be the best, but we did a little receiver defer when it came to the offense for this Brewers. Like, do we actually have lesser questions about the offense than we do with the pitching? But who do you think it has to be the most crucial offensive player for this team this year? Not necessarily the best, but most crucial.
Yelich.
Still think it's Yelich.
I think he's got to show leadership. I think he really does, and
and
hopefully, I don't know what he did all winter. I'm sure he was out in California. I don't think he's stressed. I'm sure he worked out, but he's had so many things, ankles and knees and back and all this stuff. I'm hoping he's rested and in good shape and ready to go. He's not playing in a harsh environment. He's playing in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
You're not playing in the Twin Cities or Detroit or Chicago where, you go out 40-degree days or 50-degree days to start the game in the spring and fall. He's playing, in Milwaukee for the most part. And that's, you're 70-some degrees every day in that stadium. Now, granted, when you're on the road, it's different. But, road trip is 6 or 7 or 8 days, maybe at the longest. And then you're back home. So I'm hoping that whatever ailed him is cured.
Or were you disappointed in him last year? Or, I mean,
well,
280.
Yeah, 280. We talked earlier and we said what would be successful season. And I remember I said 275 and 30. And so I can't say I'm disappointed. I want more out of him for the money he's paid, reasons he had early on when he came to the Brewers. And I don't think he's old enough that he should be considered over the hill. He's had some of these nagging injuries that have affected his performance. That's why I'm hoping and I haven't heard a word about Yelich and as far as how he can play and how he's feeling and what he expects to be able to contribute this year. I'm hoping it's a whole lot more. I haven't heard a word.
No, I mean, he played 144 last year. Year prior, played 154 games there. I just feel like those 2 years where he was MVP, it sure looks like those were anomalies. Really cashed in and
unfortunately,
and got that,
I do too. But he played 140, 154. But how many of those games did he play over 80% physically, like compared to the years before that when he was MVP and probably should have been MVP 2 years in a row?
Mm-hmm. But no, I mean, I would take those same numbers from Yelich that he had last year, 280.
Yeah, I would too. I'm hoping I'll take him, but I'm hoping for more. Is what we're saying.
I kind of went with Willy Adames because that was a guy that he had some home runs, but I mean, you're low 200s, and I don't know how long he's going to be on this team, to be honest with you. But if he is going to be on there for the whole season, that's a guy I want to see more consistent at the plate. Is Willy Adames, because you got Rhys Hoskins coming in to provide you a little bit more power. Hopefully, he did miss all last year. You got Yelich.
I haven't heard a word about Rhys Hoskins in spring training.
Yeah, he's hit some home runs and such.
Close, but I haven't seen what he's done.
Contreras won Silver Slugger last year. I'm expecting him to still be a solid offensive catcher. To me, the wild card in this is like, what version of Willy Adames are we going to get? Are we going to get the one from a couple of years ago? Guy last year, hit 24 home runs, but that was like either home run or not on, in a lot of essence. So that to me, like, if Willy Adames would be, if he's a 260, 270, whatever it is, type of guy, that really, I think, could solidify your top 5 in that lineup.
And Willy Adames has got to be a leader on this team with all these young kids. But if these young kids step up, the Freliks and the rest of them and Churio and the rest of them step up, could they maybe put Willy Adames in the 6th or the 7th spot in the lineup, take some of that pressure off him, and then he could hit better? I just think there's so many wild cards right now, and I think a lot of it depends on these young players of how well they adapt to everyday play in the major leagues.
I would love it, and I don't know if it's going to be this way right away, but in my personal opinion, ideally, I would like one of those young guys, whether it's a Churio, a Frelick, or a Bryce Terang, to be the leadoff hitter, to get their speed on base. Put Yelich at like the 2 to move him across. Contreras, then Rhys Hoskins or whatever, then
Sanchez,
DH it over there or something like that. Yeah.
And I think if they could move Adames down and not, not make him, one of these have to produce to be successful guys. I think he can produce and lead the bottom of that batting order to turn the batting order over.
Mm-hmm.
I think because he's really a good fielder.
Yeah.
But if he can improve on the offense, I think they've got something.
Yeah, that's where, like, and I don't know if that's what they're hoping eventually, to have one of those speedy guys at the front, a table setter over there. We know Yelich. I mean, he's got speed too. He led the team, but to me, I would rather have a little bit of a younger, speedier guy, up there. And if you got a Yelich hitting two to move him across, maybe from first to third, or heck, that guy steals first. You get Yelich to base it. That's a run right there.
Absolutely, you put pressure on the defense because you got a runner on second base, shortstop, second baseman. They got to be moving to help hold him on, and all of a sudden the ball goes through the hole where this guy was. You got to put pressure on the defense. You're not putting pressure on the defense, so there's nobody on base.
Right. Yep. I wonder how much. I haven't heard, but I wonder how much some of these younger guys been working on bunting.
Haven't heard. I don't know.
Just, if you want to put pressure and you've got that speed.
Especially with with the way they play defense now, granted they can't do the switch and get everybody on one side of the infield, but still in all, they've got left-handed batter. You got the shortstop playing just about behind second base. The third baseman's playing in that hole. Guys like Rod Carew or some of those guys that bat 500 because they're so good. They were so good bunters.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care. They'll say, well, that's not much production. You're on base. That's production. Now it's up to the other guys behind him to give the rest of the production out there. But, I think of so many of these guys that were so good with a bat. And, now it's just they're pull hitters.
Yeah. Yep. Padres may just breathe a sigh of relief. They put up a couple runs. They're up 15-11 now. So, well, you guys got your money's worth if you went to that game and watched it, or even if you got up early to watch this game, you're getting your money's worth or your day's worth.
I guess so.
Holy, 26 runs so far. It's going to the bottom of the ninth right now.
And usually it's the other way around. Usually pitching dominates early in the season until the hitters catch up. But obviously, these hitters have caught up.
Yep. All right, let's take a quick break. We've got some picks and predicts coming up. Bucks do have another game tonight. I know we've been talking about that game last night against the Celtics, but they're at it again tonight in Milwaukee, going up against Brooklyn. We'll make that pick coming up in just a couple minutes. All right, let's do some picks and predicts brought to you by the Elbow Room in Eau Claire. Maybe you're looking for somewhere to pull up a bar stool and watch some of the games today, tomorrow, this weekend. Head on over to the Elbow Room, located right next to Banbury Place. Order yourself a nice, cool man cave light while you're watching the games over there, too. We're going to make some of these picks here. We'll help you fill out your bracket there, intern. But
I
first,
need a lot of help.
first up, the Bucks will return home tonight as they take on the Brooklyn Nets. You gonna go Bucks or Nets? Let's assume Giannis doesn't play.
I'm gonna go Bucks, and Chris Middleton's gonna be the leading scorer.
I like it. I like it. I'm gonna go Bucks too. They bounce back and pick up the win tonight. So I'm just kind of looking at. Well, this could be an New York and Denver. That's an interesting game.
Knicks and Denver?
Yeah.
I'll take Denver.
Is it in Denver? It is in Denver. So yeah, I'll take Denver. 9.5 favorites.
The Joker with the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a unique player. He's so fun to watch.
He is. All right, so let's make some college picks. Get a little background music there. Tip-off is just a little over 2 hours away. Maybe some of you have the days off, these next couple of days off, because you're
Michigan State's going to win the first game.
even let me finish what I was going to say.
Time's a waste.
I'm just saying this is also a very popular time where gentlemen have procedures. Just get some frozen peas, sit back and watch some basketball. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, that'll work.
Yeah, I'm going Michigan State in my first one too. BYU Duquesne. It's 11.
I'm going Duquesne.
I'll go BYU. Creighton, Akron.
Creighton.
Ditto. Arizona and America's favorite team, Long Beach State.
I want Long Beach State to win, but I don't think they can beat Arizona. Arizona.
I'm going to go Arizona
Great
too.
Story with Dan Munn.
The thing is, too, it's in Utah, so I mean, Long Beach State's not that far to go over there and fill it up.
Interesting what kind of a crowd will follow Long Beach, other than the parents of the kids.
Yep.
I wonder if the athletic director will be there.
That's going to be so awkward. Hey, you're fired, but we're going to let you finish.
After the game, if they lose, he's going to go into the locker room, and Dan Munson will have to give him his keys to the gym or something.
Like, what do you say after they win the conference championship? Hey, nice job, congrats. Like, it's still got to be awkward. I mean,
I'd like to hang around, but I got to go do some interviews.
Yeah. Wagner, North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Ditto. Illinois, Morehead States.
Illinois.
Ditto. South Carolina, Oregon.
Oh, boy. I'm going to South Carolina. Oregon's got a pretty nice team, but I think South Carolina's having a nice year.
They are. I'm going South Carolina, too. Nevada at Dayton. Not at, but you know what I mean. So
I'm going to take Nevada.
I'm gonna go with the Flyers with Dayton.
All right.
Colorado State, Texas.
Texas.
Oakland from the Horizon League going up against Kentucky.
They're not going to fumble the game yet.
Yeah, I'll go.
They will before the tournament gets too far along, but not yet.
Let's go McNeese State and Gonzaga.
Gonzaga, although they're not near the team that they've been the past few years.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Zags as well. Then South Dakota State, Iowa State.
Iowa State.
Going Iowa State. St. Peter's and Tennessee.
Tennessee.
NC State, Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
Ditto. Look at us. Stanford and Kansas. Kansas without their leading scorer for the tournament.
Well,
Stanford pull it off.
But I don't think Stanford will beat them. I think Kansas won't make past the first weekend, but I don't think they'll get dumped right away.
All right, I'm going to go Kansas too, but I'm not comfortable. Drake, Washington State to wrap it up.
I'm going Drake. I saw them play a game or so, and I thought they were pretty impressive.
I'm going Drake too. So I think we only maybe one or two that we were different on, which means all of our picks are going to suck. So
That's right. I lose most of them too.
Yep. So don't take our word for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't place your bets based on us.
Nope. Tomorrow we'll have Marquette in the afternoon. I believe it's at 1, and then Wisconsin. That's going to be a late one. Just plan on a late night. It's like 8:50 somewhere, but we know they're not going to run on time, so it's going to be very late. Reminds me of when the Badgers played Florida. Remember at the Madison Square Garden a few years ago? It was that late Friday game. Thought they had it, and then Florida hit that floater in the lane to win it. Nigel Hayes and Bronson's final year, I believe. So gonna be another late one. I don't even know if I'll be up for it.
Yeah. Well, tell Hudson to wake you up.
Yeah, I might have to.
There you go.
He'll watch it. So, but at least we'll have those games. That means probably a late Sunday game too for the Badgers if they win against Duke.
Yeah, I don't know how that scheduling works.
Mm-hmm. I would assume since they're later Friday, then they'd probably have one of the later ones on Sunday. So, all right, again, majority just kind of going through here. It's UConn which makes me nervous that UConn is the clear favorite for everybody across the nation. That means they probably won't win it now.
There's not a prohibitive favorite. I mean, UConn's gotten beat and hasn't looked real good in some of those games. A lot of games they look really, really good, but you got to be on your toes 6 games.
Yeah.
And can UConn do it? I don't know.
And UConn, remember last year, they just ran through that tournament. They were
without a problem.
I mean, it was like they had all the momentum in the world, and you weren't slowing it down.
Nobody did.
Nope. And they're really good this year. I don't know if they have that same type of momentum going into it, but they were just like, you just kind of knew it's like they got it.
And you watch Danny Hurley coach, and he coaches well, but he doesn't overcoach. From what you can see on TV, It doesn't look to me like he overcoaches, but he's got these guys under control, doing what they're supposed to be doing. You don't see 3 or 4 or 5 minutes of just wild, crazy stuff, or like Tony Bennett taking a lot of guff for what he did or didn't do with his team the other night. And he doesn't coach them like Danny Hurley. Danny Hurley just looks like he's a born coach.
Him and Rick Pitino kind of got a little bit of a rivalry going on over there with some Big East. What was it Rick Pitino said a couple months ago? Kind of insinuating that Danny Hurley coaches the officials a little bit.
Well, Krzyzewski is.
I was going to say,
I mean,
he's not the only one who does it that way. But and Rick can get a little fired up too. He can get there. So.
There's the thing. I give Krzyzewski credit. And I give Hurley credit. That's what he does. There's ways to do it. The way to do it. You don't start ranting and raving and pounding and making these guys look like a fool. If you do it quietly off to the side, you might be chewing them up one side and down the other, but you're not jumping up and down and throwing your hands in the air. So there's a way to do it, and there's a way not to do it. And if Hurley can do it the right way and the officials respond, he's doing his job.
Yeah. Yep. So, I think that's about it for the tournament talk over there. So we'll see if there's any upsets or brackets busted after today.
Yeah, that's free. Now, is this Jim Nance's last?
That was last year.
Oh, he's done now.
Yep.
Okay.
It's going to feel a little bit weird.
Yeah, without him in the national championship.
Yeah, because it was Ian Eagle doing the Big Ten with Grant Hill and Bill and that.
Okay.
Jim's got extra time to prepare for the Masters, though. So you know what, Jim, if you're listening, higher expectations now. Since you don't have that national championship on Monday, then you go right into Augusta. You got extra time to prepare, so we want some epic calls for the Masters.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get them. I hope we have some epic shots in the Masters.
I want a memorable Masters.
Tiger, I hope Tiger can play the whole tournament, because I feel the fan base is lukewarm to professional golf right now. Don't you? I mean, I just get it. That's the sense I have. Right or wrong, that's the sense I have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Tiger could change that in one weekend.
Yeah. I want, if he's in contention on Sunday for that Masters,
oh my goodness,
I mean,
ratings will be out the roof.
It'll lead off every show in the country on Monday, even if he doesn't win, but he's in contention.
It'll be more interest in that. It's hard to believe than the Cabin Coffee podcast. If Tiger's in contention at the Masters.
I thought you were going to go with the cabin at the Masters there, like a little there, but no.
I see the boys out in the truck sitting there ready to come in, and
but yeah, I mean the crowds. I mean, it's going to be.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually reading a book right now about the Masters, so getting ready. I'm fully ready for that. Although the weather now is just going to screw that up. So my golf mode.
Oh, well.
But we need the moisture, right?
Oh, absolutely.
We need it. So.
But the thing is, when this melts down, and goes in, when the grass turns green, it's going to turn beautifully green because we got some moisture in there to make it turn green. If we didn't have any moisture, we'd have some brown spring grass.
Well, I need help with my yard anyways. I got issues with it.
So I think we all do.
Stupid, whatever you call it, creeping Charlie.
Oh boy, that's fun to deal with.
God, I wish I was smart in that stuff, but I'm not. All right, intern, I'll see you in a couple weeks.
All right, see you later.
You got it. All right, DP and Danets are up next. Have a good first day of the tournaments. We'll recap it all tomorrow morning, just past 6. Catching up with our good buddies from 217 South Mills and Cabin Coffee in Altoona. We've got Joe and Bill. Last week we did a little golfing. I gotta say, kind of impressed with some of your swings over there for as much as you guys were talking, especially you, Joe. I mean, you were kind of downplaying it, dude. You can tattoo one.
I've golfed like 6 times in my whole life. And other than that, yeah, I paid for it too. Like that's how old I am. I'm still walking funny. Like my back is jacked up.
So I'll say I was also impressed with Joe. So I golf a couple times a year at charity events. I don't claim to be a golfer. I don't even really enjoy golf, but I say out of 18 holes, I'll have one shot where everybody's like, holy cow, that was a phenomenal shot. That's what I was just hoping for, that one shot the other day, and I could not produce it. I could barely hit the screen. And yeah, Joe sort of blew my mind because I also knew Joe doesn't golf at all, and I don't ever remember hearing him go golfing. So yeah, he was crushing it.
Yeah, I think you might have to go out to the real links a few times and see if you got anything.
I don't trust myself. I'm gonna hit 3 fairways over because my slice is so bad. I gotta aim at 9 o'clock to hit it to the noon. So
hey,
and we should have an ambulance behind the golf cart just in case when they need to get one or both of us off the course.
Absolutely.
Well, we are, I know everybody's talking about college basketball and such, but now you got like pro days going on in the football world and all that sort of stuff. So I've got a couple questions for that, but we did have some listener questions. I want to get to you guys, your thoughts on. One of them was, if you guys could pick, since you were both linemen, if you could pick, maybe it's somebody you did go up against, but if you could pick anybody to block or go one-on-one against or play against, who would that player have been?
I'd probably say, if I go both college and pros, college in 96, when Joe and I were redshirted, Andy Katzmeyer from Ohio State. He was just a beast on the field. He was probably one of the top linebackers in college football that year. So I wished he had one more year for the next year when we became players, just to see, put good against good and see who'd win. NFL wise, I'd probably say, even though I was a guard and he was an end, but Reggie White, just to feel that power. Now, by no means do I think I'd have any chance to win against Reggie White. I'll be honest with that up front, but just to feel that power and see that that success that he has on the field, just see what it's like.
Yep.
College, I think I went against him frequently in practice, was Tom Burke. He was really good and rung my bell almost every day. So as a tackle, Tom was kind of a machine even in practice. So a lot of the splitting headache that I still get today, credit Tom Burke. And then I think LT would be pretty crazy to go against, just because as a kid, I watched the highlights of him, even on the NFL Network, and that guy was a different breed. And I think, and trust me, he would destroy me. But at least I could say I did it.
I was just going to say really quick, speaking about Tom, we actually talked about this the other day, and we looked it up, and I believe the Big Ten did not keep sack records until I think it was 2005. They started keeping records
that late, really?
Similar to like the Ron Dane deal with the NCAA not counting his
the bowl
game yardage.
Yep.
And we looked up Tom, I think from 2005 or whatever year it was to current, the sack leader had, I think it was like 16 or 18 sacks, and Tom had 22 his senior year.
Oh, geez.
So just like, talking about the type of guy that Tom was, the type of player, he was an animal.
Yeah. So, I mean, you mentioned LT and Reggie White, kind of different speed, power, that sort of stuff. I think you and I talked about at one point as offensive linemen, would you rather go up against power or a speed guy?
I tell you, the one time when I was in Green Bay, we played Carolina, and I was starting at right guard, and Julius Peppers came down inside, and he was strong, but he was fast as could be. I think I'd pick power any day, because at least power, I could say I could get my leverage, I could get low, I could try my best, but speed kills.
Yeah.
Same thing. If you can't touch them, you can't stop them.
Exactly.
And and even in college, there's some fast guys, and you can't get your hands on them no matter what you do, and they make you look really stupid. And again, it's that embarrassment factor. I got a fighting chance if I can get my hands on you. But then again, I think I can put up a good fight against a grizzly bear if I can get my hands on them. So, like, that's still my mentality.
Yeah.
So,
with the pro days coming up, this was something I was kind of wondering to get you guys' thoughts on, because you're both linemen, and for some people out there doing the mock draft simulators, they're looking at linemen, and when they talk about Packers offensive linemen, well, it's a lineman that can play multiple positions, center, tackle, guard, and all that. And I feel like, maybe just like casual fans, they take that for granted a little bit. It's like, oh, that guy could play every position, so what, sort of thing. But can you kind of give us a little bit of a maybe pull the curtain, just how difficult or maybe different it is to play every position, and maybe specifically too, like, to go play center if you got to go play center, because that just seems like, some of these guys make it look easy, but I can't imagine it's the easiest thing to do in the world.
Yeah, I'd say from my point of view, I played left guard my whole college career. Just switching from left guard to right guard, it's like telling somebody, okay, write with a pen the rest of your life with your opposite hand.
Okay.
It's black and white, polar opposite. And then center, I knew because of my size and just I knew because of the caliber player I was, I had to be versatile and be able to play both right and left guard and center. I never had a quarterback have his hands underneath me and snap a ball until right before pro day. I started working with one of our quarterbacks at Wisconsin and just worked on it constantly, just the snaps, just to get that figured out. So it's like learning a new language, switching positions. So when you get a guy that could play 3 positions, we had Dave Costa that arguably could have played 4, if not 5 positions on the O-line. That makes you very valuable and extends your career as well.
As far as going from, I was a guard and a tackle. Started out as a guard, went to tackle, just because that's where there was opening, and but that's even awkward. Your steps are completely different. And then if you go from one side to the X, it's hard to go from right tackle to left tackle. Like it is like a baby deer trying to walk for the first time.
Yes.
It's ridiculous. Just how, because you get into that rhythm and your steps, and for a tackle, your kick slides, and and now reverse it. And it's not fluid. It's kind of like trying to swing a baseball bat, and be an ambidextrous hitter.
Yeah,
I almost said amphibious hitter.
That'd be hitting in the water. But even like guard to tackle. So I never played tackle beyond high school, and where I admit tackle's a much harder position. When you're playing guard or center, you always have somebody to run the guy into. When you're at tackle, you're on an island. Like it's you're the defender in the sideline.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of space for that guy to try and get around you.
And he can go inside or outside or bull rush you, so he can do a spin move. He has 3 options.
Let alone around stunts with the guard.
Around you, under you, through you, and then throw stunts in there. And so tackle was hard to get used to. But, again, it's what you want to do. So
right
in your free time, you're practicing your kick slide in your bedroom at night,
I'm probably going to bring this up when we do our podcast again in April from Cabin Coffee, and we kind of do some draft stuff. But with these pro days coming up, and you got hand measurements and all this stuff, the big one, it seems like, when it comes to offensive alignment, is arm length. Is that a big factor, do you think, or do you think that gets overrated at some points?
I think as far as tackle goes, arm length is super important. If a guy can't get inside of you and you can extend all the way out, you're at a huge advantage. If you got short little arms,
Joe's looking at me right now.
Squatty little body, guys are able to get into you more. So like having the long arms, and I have long arms, but they're not long enough to be tackled. Like some of these, your hand should almost drag on the ground when you walk. Like those are the kind of guys you want, because you can just get so much separation.
And I attest to what Joe's saying. I learned right away in 1997, we were playing Georgia in the Outback Bowl, and I went up against not every play, but occasionally Richard Seymour. Went on to play in the NFL for quite a long time. I think NFL Hall of Famer now. He got his hands inside me on just a random pass play, and I couldn't even touch his body. His arms were that much longer than mine. And I just made a decision, which sort of worked for me. I would never coach up a young kid to do this, but I started headbutting, bringing guys into me, headbutting them, and then extending out, so I could always get my hands on them first. But yeah, whoever's got longer arms is going to win every single time.
How often does that happen during a game for you guys, where you have to maybe adjust on the fly for certain situations like that?
Depending on how your guy is, you can watch film all day long,
right?
But until you rub a nose with a guy, and until you're one-on-one and feel his strength and feel what he has going on, like, you're adjusting on the fly often, and sometimes play by play, depending on what he's bringing. Now, after after a quarter of the game, he's used all his tricks. You kind of have him figured out. Okay, when he goes right, he's strong this way, or when he goes left, you have like his tendencies down, but you're always it's adjusting on the fly. It really is, and it's communication with him. Like, hey, I'm getting my butt kicked. Like, go low.
And like Joe said earlier, like every play, your guys going inside, outside, bull rushing you. They're doing a tackle end stunt or an end tackle stunt or a end linebacker stunt. So you're just always adjusting every single play.
Is it fair to say, and you guys might be a little biased because you're offensive linemen, but is it fair to say, obviously you got to know every play in the offense playbook, but you almost have to understand the defensive tendencies a little bit more maybe than a lot of other positions, because you're talking about stunting and the communications and all that, where you almost have to know two different types of playbooks?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So. And it probably took us till, I'd say, at least our junior year, and that's playing for 3 years, to truly understand what the defense is doing. Like our first year, it was sort of, don't step on the guy next to you. In 97, it was like, I remember Chris McIntosh, who's the AD now, I probably broke a handful of toes on his right foot by stepping on him nonstop. But by our junior year, I think we started understanding the defense a little bit better, understanding, looking at the safeties, where they're lined up, to figure out your odds if you're going to get a corner blitz or if a linebacker is going to blitz. But it takes a lot of time and a lot of film study, a lot of coaching. But yeah, it's definitely a benefit.
Say the first year, you're just worried about yourself.
Yep.
I had no idea what the running backs were doing, what the receivers doing. I didn't even know what half the damn play call was.
Yeah.
All I knew was
exactly.
Okay, this is a pass play, okay, and then if it was a run play, I knew which way the ball was going. Yeah. Like that was how little I knew about the offense, because again, it's not because I'm an idiot, but the playbook is freaking 4 inches thick, and so the hard part was just knowing my job was the most important thing, where I had help. And then as you progress, okay, this makes sense. Now you learn as you go along. So which is why when you see a quarterback come into the league who's a rookie, it's rare that you have a guy that comes into the league that's able to perform and play, because there's so much more involved with it. And there's little nuances that defense does that makes you change your player audible. So it's tough. I mean, it's a simple game, but it's super complex at times.
I was just laughing as Joe was talking back to 97, our first year playing, when Joe goes trying to understand what everybody's doing. We didn't even know what the guy next to us was doing in 1997.
No.
Like our old line coach used to give us it was like a worksheet, a homework assignment that we had to do, and we had to turn it in the night before the game when we had meetings. And it would say the play, it would have an offensive line, the whole offense, a whole defense. It would say the play, and you'd have to draw up the whole play, what everybody's doing. And each one of us could draw exactly what we had to do at our position. But then we'd all get together and be like, hey, on a 26 power, what are you doing if you're right tackle here? Which way am I? And we were like copying off each other, because we didn't, like I'd be pulling from left guard around Joe at right tackle, but I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. Like I just knew where I had to go and who I had to block. But yeah, so it takes time.
And there was a lot of phone calls, like or late night conversations on the backside of a bob. If you have a backer on the inside, are you coming off on the backer, or are you going up to the? I mean, it was like a freaking like studying for a final.
But I was gonna say we'd probably have a 4.0 if we did that with school. But we were doing that mostly with football.
But yeah, it's crazy. I remember some of those conversations, like, and then trying to explain, like, if he knew half of what he was doing, and I was like, okay, so then therefore this guy has to be doing this guy. But like it was there was a lot of late night studying, not for class, but for football.
Yeah. How big of adjustment was that for you guys going from high school to D1 for was it that in depth for you guys? I mean, Joe, I know you, Wassa, Bill, I don't know what it was like for you over in PA.
It was huge for me, where we got coached up on toughness. We were probably the toughest team in the league, but we did not get coached that much on football. We didn't, like I said to Joe, we didn't have a playbook. When I went to play in our all-star game and they started like saying these plays, I was just dumbfounded. I played defense in the game, and I'm like, wait, we have defensive plays? Like, I just thought we attacked the ball. So going to college, it's like Joe said about the size of the playbook, it's 4 inches thick, and you got to learn it, man. Like the Bible. Like, I mean, it's challenging.
So We actually had offensive plays, Bill. So we didn't draw them up on the.
You also went to the
dirt.
playoffs and
Yeah,
state championships too, so
absolutely.
maybe the playbook helped you.
Maybe. But see, it was completely different because they only ran two kind of defenses in high school. It was a 40. It was a 40 or 50. So either I was a guard, I was uncovered, or I was covered. So if I'm uncovered, I have a linebacker. If I'm covered, I have a down lineman. Like that's my job. So it was very simple. And I think technique-wise was ridiculous too, because in high school it was put all your weight on your hand on a run play. As soon as your hand moves, your foot moves, and you just roll people over. Now in college, your first step is back. It's a drop step. And that was ridiculously hard. I'm going to give up a ground in order to gain ground. And then, but the problem is the speed of the game is so fast compared from high school to college. You need that drop step in order for you to get on your angle and to react to what the down lineman's doing. So yeah, it was quite a learning curve from going always forward to we're going backwards. So yeah, it took a little bit.
How big of, I think we kind of touched on this in the past, Joe, but going from high school to the college, pros wise, we see some of their pictures when they're in high school and when they get to college, and especially linemen, when a lot of us are seeing these recruiters, I'm like, that kid you're telling me is a 5-star offensive lineman. He looks like he's just skinny compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
Just how grinding is that weight program when you go from high school to the college to a D1 school like Wisconsin?
Well, the one thing we had going for us is I'm a DC Everest grad, and we had our weight room, it was mandatory for us to be there. So I had a good base, I had a good foundation. So we worked out all the time. I threw shot and disc too. So the defensive line coach was my shot put and disc coach. So I was able to I was constantly in the weight room. It was constantly being worked. So that for us, it was an easy transition. Now the intensity, the length of the workouts, and we did all the major muscle groups in high school. In college, he really kind of fine tuned it, and it was kind of I don't know, how would you say it? It was more torturous. How's that?
Yeah, torturous, intense. Absolutely.
There was more torture, more pain. There was a lot more tears that happened. A lot of silent weeping in college.
And I'll attest to Joe's high school program. So I worked out a lot in high school, but we did not have a good weightlifting program. And I get to Madison, and I never did a hang clean in my life. And I remember the day we're doing hang cleans, our strength coach, I think, started me with, it was like the bar. Then I went up to like 90 pounds, and I looked to my right, and Joe's hang cleaning like 315. And I was like, what the hell did I just get into? But yeah, even we joke to this day about squatting. Like every high school athlete thinks they could squat a lot. Then you get to college and they're like, you're not going low enough. Like having, like at Wisconsin, it was below parallel.
Below 90.
So think about like sitting on a chair, you got to go lower than that and then lift it. Where I went to college, probably claiming I was squatting 500, and I was probably squatting like 315 for a max, doing it the right way.
Yeah. Man.
And all the ones they didn't count. The JD didn't count.
Yeah. If you didn't go low enough, that rep did not count.
It did not count. And
Do it. Yep. Keep going.
Yeah.
So, totally different world.
Man alive. Do you guys have nightmares for that, or is that still,
Not so. I don't think so much the weight room. I think the running. We talk about this still to this day.
Is that the treadmill one or the
no?
That was the punishment one when you were late. Which
okay.
Yep. That was the on the Stairmaster.
Stairmaster.
Set at 100 pounds, you're 300 pounds, and run until you die.
Tell them about the Friday workouts where JD got upset and said if he passes us.
Oh yeah. So and I forget, it was a Friday workout, and we all had to go into the weight room, and then we had to run around the McLean Center, and it was in the middle of the season, so we were all dogged. I mean, we were tired, we're beat up, and we were all because there's so many players, you go in shifts, who's in the weight room, who's lifting, who's running, etc. So but he came up and didn't think that we were running fast enough, our strength coach, and he started running and he said, if I pass any of you, and he's like, he was a wide receiver in college.
Like 180 pounds,
Yes.
190 pounds.
Yeah, and he's a wide receiver in college, and he's fit. So I didn't want to get past. I'm sprinting around the thing, and it wasn't like a warm-up. It was like 35-minute run with being chased by my strength coach, praying to God he doesn't pass me because I can't run anymore. I don't have anything left right now.
You're like almost crying while you're running. It hurts so bad.
And then he's talking crap the whole time while you're just trying to breathe. He's like, I'm coming up, and I'm not slowing down. I'm right behind you, and you try to speed up as fast as you can, thinking, okay, I got a little bit of a break. No, he's just sped up with you.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I don't have nightmares about the workouts. I have this reoccurring dream where like I can't find my football helmet, or we're at an away game and I forgot like my shoulder pads.
Forgot
like,
to pack something.
Forgot to pack something. That's the stuff where like time to go into the game and like, where's my helmet? And I can't find my helmet. Like those are the ones that I have.
Yeah. So we got spring practice is actually coming up tomorrow. We're recording this on Thursday for the Badgers. What was that like for you guys back? I mean, Joe's kind of shaking his head there a little bit. Was that a big deal for you guys? I mean, because it just seems like the college football season just got done with for crying out loud. But I guess I got to imagine for you guys, it really probably wasn't over with training and all that. But what was spring practice a big deal when you guys were playing for the Badgers?
Yeah, they had unlimited. They had enough. They knew that they could get the crap out of you because you weren't preparing for a game in Saturday to Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
There was no let off. It was full throttle, full pad, 1 versus 1s, 2s versus 2s, goal lines. It was as hard as I would say no, not as hard as 3-a-days because we were doing 3-a-day practices. But yeah,
but
it was tough.
I think the difference where spring ball was slightly tougher than the 3 days was they knew if somebody got injured, you have more than enough time to heal.
Oh, yeah.
So they didn't care. You rolled an ankle, you dislocated a shoulder, anything like that. And like what Joe said, and it's different today. Today, like I've gone down a couple spring practices, took my son once. I was preparing him like, listen, you're going to hear a lot of cursing. There might be fights, this, that, the other. We get down there, they're playing music. None of the coaches are cursing. I'm just like, what? Am I at the wrong school here? Like, what's going on? But yeah, when we were there, when Joe says like live, good versus good, like Ron Dane would be the tailback. We'd be going against Chris Godorsky, Donnell Thompson, Ross Kalaji on defense, and they're tackling Ron. The only rule we had in spring ball was we weren't allowed to cut, just so we didn't accidentally hurt somebody's knee. But other than that, you're live, tackling live.
Which I thought was crap, because if you're going to give the defense which way the ball's going,
Exactly.
give them the play count and take away my favorite tool in my toolbox to
cut somebody.
be able to cut somebody, because you know what? They're not worried about me cutting them, so they're going full speed.
Yep.
At least if I can use that once or twice, maybe they're not so fast coming into the backfield under blitz because they know how much up.
Or at least they have the fear that you might use it, even whether you use it or not. But once they know you can't, exactly.
Yeah,
100%
know the snap count, know where the freaking ball's going, and then I get my butt chewed out because, well, I didn't make my block. Yeah, he knew it was on 2. He called the play before we got there. No crap.
Getting fired up. I love this, man.
It's unfreaking believable. And now you look back at the stupidity of it, and then I get my butt chewed in film for 3 hours because I didn't make my block.
So film, practice was hard, lifting was hard, running was hard, practice was hard, but film is what you feared.
Yeah.
Like that's just, it was just straight torture, and you knew stuff was coming. You knew you were going to get crucified, and you were just like, speed up this play, get to the next one, get to the next one. Like you want to get through the bad play so fast. But yeah, our coach, he definitely knew I don't know what to call it, psychology of
it was psychological warfare.
Yes.
What it was, 1,000%. And every play was recorded. So he would start at the left or the right tackle and work his way down the line. Look at your foot technique. Where's your hand placement? Everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like you could hide. And he rewound it 5 times. And then if you screwed up, the
just
heat
keep
lamp was on
rewinding
you,
it, rewinding it.
Who taught you this?
And we'd be feeling bad for each other. It wouldn't even, like, say it was Joe that did a bad step. I'm like sitting at left guard being like, oh, just get through this for him. Get through it because you know how the person feels watching that tape.
You're
and
just getting pressed.
Yeah.
And you're like, who taught you this? I'm like, I thought it was you. I didn't make it up.
Well, to kind of wrap it up here a little bit, obviously there's college basketball's going on and such. Did you guys, being with the football team, were you able to go check out other games for, at the university, whether it was basketball, hockey? I know the women's team's in the Frozen Four again with Mark Johnson and such. Were you guys able to do that? Were you being able to follow the other teams at your university?
So I became big with basketball. I had a distant relative that was a administrative coach on the basketball team during my time there. So I used to go to basketball games quite a bit. My fondest memory, I think it was 2000, we were playing Michigan State, and Kirk Penny hit must have hit like 8 3-pointers, and we were sitting front row, and I had a Mike Kelly jersey on. We cut a basketball in half, and me and Dave Costa wore the basketball as a hat. So we were all over ESPN, like throwing up the 3-point signal. But I never went to a hockey game till my senior year. Heard a lot about it, but probably went to 1 or 2 my senior year. But basketball was probably the other sport that we'd go to.
Went to basketball, and then hockey was, and then I think I went to a couple of wrestling matches because Tank was.
Yeah,
because you knew the wrestlers, 1 or 2 of those, which I thought was awesome. I was in a wrestler, fascinating sport, like crap, tough. But yeah, so
what would be one sport if it wasn't for football you would love to have been, kind of to feed off that, maybe really kind of focus on or participate in?
Oh, if I could skate, buddy, I would have
skate.
Oh, if I could have skated, I'd have played hockey. Yeah.
Dan, what did you think when he said skate? I thought
figure skating.
I thought figure skating too. I was like, where are you going with this?
That's why I didn't know.
Hey, maybe I'll surprise both of you. You guys didn't think I could figure swing a golf club, so there you go.
Exactly.
Maybe I'm just amazing on ice skates. If I could have skated, I would have played hockey. Okay?
You're a book of surprises. Well, I could drill that 3, so I would have been. I actually got to know Coach Bennett a little bit while we were at Wisconsin, and occasionally I'd go and check out practice or go talk to my distant relative. And I was at a practice, and when they ended, I picked up a ball and I shot a 3-pointer and I made it. And I looked at him. And at this time, I think it was the year before, Chris Chambers, our wide receiver, was playing on the basketball team at Wisconsin. He played both sports just his freshman year. And I said, hey, coach, if you ever want me to come out, he looks at me, he goes, if we ever bring you out here, you're going to do the same thing Coach Alvarez has you do, block. You're just going to be blocked. And I'm like, I just drilled a 3 on a college basketball court. But no, it was a good time.
Do you find it hard to see the hoop with that thing you call a nose on your face? Because that must cover up like half the.
I knew something was coming up because he just like leaned back and was staring at you the whole time.
I'm looking at it like
he leans back and stares at me a lot. No, he admires me. No, it's not hard. It was hard breaking it. Like I thought it was going to get a little smaller, but it didn't. Yeah. It sort of grew, I think, when I.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
I want to do a video series where I try like different sports and that. We're going to get you on skates and put you in that video series and try it out.
You better have an ambulance there because if I go down, I'm staying down. Hey,
I'll be running behind with like a stretcher just in case.
Or when your kids learn how to ice skate, you put the folding chair down there. I can do the folding chair technique for a while.
I think the Skateway here, whatever it is, the rolling rink in Eau Claire still has one of those. So maybe we start with that.
I want to see Joe. What's that? I want to see Joe speed skate. We'll do that before ice.
I can promise you it's going to be very slow.
Swinging your left arm as you're making the corner.
Yeah, I'd be like, is he having a stroke? No, I think that's his technique that he settled on today.
Oh man! Well, before I let you guys go, Brambleberry, still flavor of the month coming up
here in April because we're still in March, right? Yeah, the Brambleberry. So features our white coffee, got that more caffeine. If you don't like the taste of coffee but love caffeine, this is the way to go. It's 100% coffee. It's not. It's trademarked by us. Nobody carries it. More caffeine. Got an interesting, almost a nutty, smooth flavor. And you mix it with our 3 berry mixes.
Perfect. Fire. And I know too, because I saw it on your Facebook page, but if anybody wants the loyalty program.
Yep. So I appreciate you bringing that up because I forgot about it. Not that I forgot about it but I talk sports and I forget about the freaking coffee shop. So So there's been a issue with our point of sale through. So if you have a club card membership with us but don't have your physical card, stop by. We will give you a physical card. You're good to go. If you have money on your card, we want to make sure that we can maintain that. The problem is our point of sale is no longer going to support our program. They just notified of this 2 weeks ago, and it was solidified yesterday. So I'm trying to scramble. I want our customers to still have their loyalty program. You get the cabin coffee. If you don't have your physical card, we'll give you one, and then you're good to go.
So, Joe, do I have to get a physical card, or could I just keep using?
I don't know. You've been mooching off me for so long now. I don't think you have to worry about a physical card. But yes, it would be good at some point in time.
The coffee and the food. The coffee and the food is just so good. I can't stay away.
Yeah, well, I know. Believe me, I think you're the reason why I'm a little low this month. I'm down a percentage point or 2.
Oh, dudes, 217 South Mills got new episodes up, and make sure you're following along on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X/Twitter, YouTube,
Yep.
all across the board.
We're
and
on
your
them
favorite
all.
podcasting platform.
Oh, and we
too,
got
so.
a face.
Oh, we got a
We got a
webpage.
website. We got a website.
We got a website,
Yeah,
217southmills.com. It's got links to all the episodes on there. It's got the link to the merch shop on there. Yeah, so anything new and
Are you guys
Yeah.
ever going to do an episode from the house one of these days?
well, I think we need to air. We talked about this before. I think we need to air like a blooper reel. And the one time before, so Dan has helped us out tremendously with this podcast. And early on, we didn't know how to match because of the software we were using, didn't know how to match the audio and visual. And Joe goes to me, and I don't know if it was Dan that said it to Joe or not, but Joe's like, well, why don't we clap? And that's when it'll tell. So we're both sitting in Joe's house with the camera on the fireplace mantle. We're clapping. Then I go, on 3, I'm going to raise my hand. I go 1, 2, 3. I put my hand up. I don't realize Joe's sitting on the other couch with his hand raised in the air. It's just like looking at it now. It's like, what the heck? Like where we came from to,
Yeah.
then doing a candlelight episode,
Yeah. Some of those
horrible
first ones
audio, and then
were
finally getting somewhat normal.
getting it figured out. And again, it's been a fun journey, frustrating at times because all of a sudden we would learn a platform and realize we can't use this one for this reason,
Yeah.
and then had to restart learning over a whole new platform to put the stuff out. So it's been fun. It's been entertaining. It's been enjoyable, frustrating, but fun.
Yeah. We definitely have to do an episode on how to start a podcast from start to finish, because that was one thing we could not find
Mhm.
when we were doing it. We found all the individual one, like how to use a mixer,
Yep.
what microphones use, but just here's everything.
And I know that's something you and I have talked about.
Yes.
It's like there's not just that one how-to damn
Mhm.
video
Yep.
from start to finish.
Yeah.
We know everybody else is smarter than us, but you could just make one go-to thing.
Yes.
It'd be
Absolutely.
so much easier. So yeah, I'm checking out your website right now. Merch shop, support, all that good stuff. So
Yep.
all
We
right.
just got it up. So we're going to be tweaking it and working on
Mhm.
it little by little, but yeah, it's up live, ready to go.
I
If
like
you have
it.
any input on it,
Talk to Bill.
Send
well, Bill didn't build it. That's for sure. You kidding me?
I was worried about complaints. Complaints.
Complaints.
just send the complaints to 217 South Mills at
217 South
Gmail.
Mills, and that will be Bill responding. Just so you know, I don't want to be lumped into that. Okay. I'm just the pretty face of the group. Okay, I'm just the talent. Bill's the IT guy.
I love it. Guys, appreciate it as always, man. I love chatting with you, dude. So
Awesome. Thanks for having
you
us.
got it, bud.
Take care.
Boom. I see that. So it's A-Bear, right?
A-Bear.
Okay. Just one because I know.
No, it's A-Bear. Yep.
About time we finally catch up with our good buddy Mark Hy-Vee, Mark Bourbon Mark. By the way, are you certified? Did you get all certified up?
No,
Not...
we're in the process.
Okay, still
Yep,
working on it.
Still working on it.
Did I hear you were somewhere? Was it a couple weeks ago, doing some taste testing and such?
Kathy and myself went down to Galena, Illinois.
Yeah,
and they had about 250 bourbons to try.
and you made it.
I did not. My cousin tried to do that, but I did not.
Yeah.
It was a great event.
Mhm.
It's a beautiful town. If you've ever been there, it's a beautiful little town on the river. And it was a really fun event. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people there, and we enjoyed it.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Well, glad to have you back on, but we're going to talk some curling on this too,
Absolutely.
because we've talked about it a little bit off and on, but you're decked out, and we got a big event coming up next week
Huge.
at the Eau Claire Curling Club.
Yep.
And I'm a little familiar with it because I grew up in Medford,
Yep.
huge into
Oh, yeah.
curling.
They're huge there.
And I remember in middle school that we'd have these things called mini courses that we could sign up for.
Okay.
And it was like every Friday, like January, every Friday from 1 to end of the day. And the one that would always fill up, and I never had a chance because everybody wanted was curling.
Yeah.
And so I never had a chance to do it. But, we had a high school team that would go to state and such. So, yeah, I can still picture where the club's at. It's right next to the Black River over there, too. So, and I think they've got some stuff coming up here, too. But you and I have talked a little bit about, and you've kind of told me some stories of background because you started playing it when you came over here.
I started we moved here about 20 years ago, and my son got drafted onto a little league baseball team, and the coach called me and said, "Hey, we're picking Tim," and I got to know Mike and Mike Poplinski. At the time, I didn't know was an Olympian, and he was in the first Olympics that they had curling in 1998 in Nagano. And he was Tim's coach, and he asked me, "Hey, have you ever curled?" And at that time, I had no idea. I had seen it on Wild World of Sports in the 70s,
right? And
guys with these big brooms going down, and I had no idea what it was. And so, starting that fall, then when they put the ice in, I've been curling ever since. And Mike is one of the greatest ambassadors of any sport you could have, and it just happens to be curling. And the community here, just like you said in Medford, the community here is huge in curling, and it's growing every year. When I first started, there was a couple of nights a week that people were playing. Every night there's leagues for 7 days a week during curling season, and curling season is now it's done.
Right.
I think the championships have done, and actually the Wednesday league and the Thursday league were won by Team A-Bear. And the boys didn't let up on the old guys. but it is a very big community, getting bigger, but also just a really tight community. And every year that there's an Olympics, the membership spikes. But now with Team A-Bear doing what Team A-Bear is doing, it is really crescendoing into a big deal. And this, to get a national championship in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, is big. This is U21 national championship. Whoever wins this championship gets to compete against the world's best in Italy
for the
year.
Olympics, or
no, for the U21 championship.
Oh, okay, got it. Yep.
But they also get to compete against our nation's best, Schuster and all those big teams. Schuster's been to the last 5 Olympics.
Yep.
They will compete against them too, whoever wins this tournament. So it's a big deal. They won U18 last year. They were second in U21. This year they won U18 again in Colorado just a couple of months ago. and they just continue to amaze us, and it really has excited the community here, the curling community, and we just want to get the word out. This, it is a growing sport. We have a very active community here. A lot of my 20 years here, a lot of my friends are because of who I've met at curling.
Right.
And it's a very social event and a social sport, but it also can be a competitive one, and the boys are proving that.
So is Mike coaching him then too?
Mike is the coach. So he has coached him, I think, for about 5 years.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but he also is the Olympic developmental coach for curling too. And so he works with 50 curlers around the nation. And last year he was voted the Olympic developmental coach of the year.
Wow.
That's all sports. All Olympic sports. He was the best. They voted him the best of the year.
Wow.
Huge honor.
Yeah.
Mike is just a great coach. I've been around him on the coaching side of it. I've been around him in curling side of it. And personally, he's just one of the nicest people you ever met. But he is really good at working with these kids, and they are so fortunate to really have him because of his experience. He's been in junior worlds. He's been in the Olympics. He has competed at the highest level. He has won tournaments, big tournaments. He is he is the best resource these kids can have.
Right.
And their coach is the developmental coach for the Olympics, the junior Olympics. And so, or the Olympics, I guess. But it's fun to watch this whole group grow as they have.
Yeah.
And they play with everybody in the leagues like everyone else, and all of the members just have a great time watching these kids grow. Next week is going to be huge. I mean, it's a
5-day event. Did I see too?
Yeah. So it starts on Monday and it ends on Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah. So the semifinals and the finals are on Saturday. So Monday, they do play one game, but then they have an opening ceremonies, and it is going to be fun. We're wearing green for Team A-Bear, so Pep would like to have as much green out there as can, because this is home ice advantage,
right?
And
so fans can come and watch. Okay.
Yep. I believe the daily ticket is $10, and you can get a weekly ticket.
Okay.
All week for $50.
Oh, that's a deal.
It's a deal. We're gonna have food out there. Hy-Vee is donating some of the food for that. And it's great for the community too. We have there's a lot of teams and a lot of families and a lot of people coming in for it.
Yeah.
That are going to help the economy here too.
Absolutely.
So we are excited about it. And it's coming close. I mean, we're only a few days away now.
Because that's,
Monday.
Yeah, Monday coming up here, and we're doing this on Thursday here. So,
yeah.
I mean, you're right, because whenever you talk about a national tournament coming to this, I mean, it's not, no offense, but it's not just the local teams competing. We're on the big stage.
This is the best of the best, and whoever comes out of here as the best goes against the world.
Yeah.
They go against the best in the world. And a couple of the team members, Caden Abear and Jackson Beslin, they were a part of a team that went to Worlds this year. So they went to Finland twice, and then the boys, the whole team, the Team Abear, went up to Canada, and they have a U21 national championship up there too, and Team A-Bear was invited to play in that, and they won. And they are the only team in the history of that tournament that came from the United States. The U.S. has never won up there. These boys did. And they went up and won. So sky's
the limit for these kids, it sounds like.
Absolutely. the sky is the limit.
Mhm.
And it's really what they put into it. It's really how much they want to go, because they have the support. Their families are wonderful. They have such a supportive group of parents and family members and friends,
Mhm.
and the Eau Claire Curling Club. I mean, we're all behind them. They have all the support. They have the coach, and now it's up to their desire. And listen, they have the desire.
Mhm.
Those boys are at that curling rink 6 out of 7 days, sometimes 7 days,
Mhm.
and they're practicing every day.
And I just love it too because it's a non-traditional sport. You know, it's not
It
the
is.
basketball and the
Yep,
football,
it's
but to
yep.
see these youngsters get so involved in it and
Yeah.
have that passion for that, I think is one of the coolest things about this too.
Absolutely. And what is cool too is the sport is growing, so the competition is getting higher,
Yep.
and they're succeeding the way that they're succeeding.
Mhm.
And they are the top ranked team in the nation right now. So going into this tournament, they are the top ranked team. But there's a lot of good competition. And they had an event a couple weeks ago in Blaine, Minnesota called the Tour Championship, I think it is. And they had like the top 4 U21 teams there.
Mhm.
And Team A-Bear won it. And they
Wow.
went 4-0. They beat one of the teams twice. So they're in good curling shape, let's put it that way.
Absolutely.
So they are very motivated. They are goal oriented.
Mhm.
They have lists of what they want to accomplish, and this is at the top of the list right now. And this is what they want.
That's awesome.
And these guys, and I'll tell you, these guys put in the work.
Mhm.
And if you're gonna come and you're gonna beat Team Aber, you better be on your game.
I like
And
that.
because they bring it, and
Mhm.
they are motivated every day, and it is so fun to watch. I mean, they're 15 to 18-year-old kids, and they're doing this. And another one of the team members is Benji Peril, and he and Ella Wedling went to the Youth Olympics in South Korea, and they got the bronze medal, and it's a legit bronze medal. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. And they had to come back in that game to win the game to get on the podium. And again, he's a 15-year-old young man who went out and got a bronze medal against the world.
Yeah. See, I can't imagine myself at 15 doing stuff like that.
No, me either.
Yeah.
And for you look at all of us here, and we just are so amazed at the club that that these kids are doing what they're doing,
Mhm.
and they're not doing it just on a regional. They're not just going to Minnesota and beating somebody.
No.
They're
all over the
going they're going
world.
to Colorado and
Yeah.
being the best in the nation in U18. They're going to compete here, and they're going against the world.
Yeah.
And these guys have those experiences already at this young age. So they have their path set, and again, everything is in line.
Mhm.
It's up to them what they can do with that.
Mhm.
And from what we have seen up to this point, they have exceeded expectations.
Absolutely.
So and to say that we have this group from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, can't say that anywhere else.
Nope.
And it's so fun to watch them. They're an even keel. What I love about watching these guys curl is that they don't get too high and they don't get too low.
Mhm.
You're always going to make mistakes. Go to the next shot. And you do that in any sport.
Yeah.
And the good ones do that. The
Mhm.
good ones have bad
The mental
memory.
game, right?
Yeah, they have bad memory.
Yep.
They forget about that one, and now they go forward.
See, I don't have that on
Yeah.
golf.
Well, I don't either.
Yeah. Well, I've seen you golf. I know.
I've seen you golf too. we do not have that, but we have fun.
We do. At our age, that's all
Yeah,
we
that's
care
right.
about.
That's right. That's doing good for me. Yeah, just have fun.
Yep.
But that's another thing too, that you watch these guys. They have fun.
Mhm.
They're having fun what they're doing, and I think that's when you can get success going and
Mhm.
become successful. Is that not only do you have the desire, you have all the other intangibles, but you have fun, and they like each other. They're a close knit group
Mhm.
of guys, young guys, and they golf together in the summer all the time, and they like each other. They
Mhm.
hang out with each other, and that's important too.
That
And
chemistry.
in a team sport, hard to beat.
Exactly.
Really hard to beat. And sometimes in curling too, some of these teams, they'll grab a guy from here and from there and a really good curler here and here and here. Well, these guys have been together for 5 years, just them. And it is amazing group. And this next week, all of us at the curling club have been so excited for this. Not only do we get a national championship, because we had a national championship here, we hosted a few years back, but there were no local teams. And now, not only is there an Eau Claire team, but there's teams from Wisconsin, there's teams from Minnesota, so that's close. So they'll come here too, and their families will come here, and it'll be the top 8 teams. So there's 8.
Oh, nice.
There's 8 men's and 8 women's.
Okay.
And they do a round robin, play each other, and then I think there's a playoff possibly on Friday, and then the semifinals and finals are on Saturday.
Okay.
So it's a big deal for this community. It really is, even though whether people know it or they don't know it. But it brings light in the curling world, which is getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yep.
It brings light to Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Absolutely.
And I'm just so proud of the guys, and I know Pep personally. He's a good friend of mine, and they couldn't have a better coach. They couldn't have a better person to direct them. And they have a wonderful support group in their families. Their families are all unbelievably great families, and they've just supported these kids so much. And to see the success they're having, and really looking forward to what success they can have in the future.
Yeah.
Because they have long-term goals too. They want to go to the Olympics.
Right.
They want to represent the United States. And at this point of what I've seen, I don't doubt them.
That's awesome.
I just don't.
That's awesome. You can always go to curlingclub.com. Easy website right there. Curlingclub.com goes right to the Eau Claire one.
Yep.
With info, Facebook and such too. For staying up to date. I think they're even streaming if you can't make it over there too.
So they'll be streaming on YouTube, and it's called Curling Stadium Eau Claire.
Okay.
And they'll have all the games.
Perfect.
Every game. And so,
but if you can, stop on by
absolutely.
And wear green. Wear green.
Wear
right?
green. Yep. We're going to try to flood that arena with green.
Absolutely. Mark, big thanks for stopping in, and we'll have to do a follow-up with the kids when they're done with their season and get to know them a little bit too. So we'll have to do that. Absolutely. All right, buddy. It was good seeing you again, man.
Good to see you.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
You got it, bud. That went 20 minutes, dude.
God, how does that